Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Before we start, a short HSE brief. There are no fire drills planned today. The emergency exits are on each side on top of the stairs. Toilets are in the foyer and you can smoke outside. Please turn off your cell phones. And the conference is about to start. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Vanessa Nakate.
Thank you for inviting me to address this important gathering. I know that the conversation here will focus on international development and that Norad is a major contributor to foreign aid, and that Norway likes to consider itself a global leader in development assistance. I will speak to all of that shortly, but first I want to remind us about why we are really here, or at least why we should be here. And that is to talk about people, real people, and especially people who are vulnerable, poor, and suffering. So before I'm able to talk about development aid, I need to tell you a story about people. Last September, I spent a few days with UNICEF in Turkana County in the Horn of Africa to meet with people who are suffering with the historic drought that is wreaking havoc on communities there. Turkana County and other parts of the Horn of Africa have suffered 4 consecutive failed rainy seasons. The drought is killing crops. There is no pasture for the livestock, and water sources are drying up everywhere. The ongoing emergency in the Horn of Africa is depriving children of clean, fresh water, of food or livelihoods, and access to life-saving health services. It is keeping them from the classroom and forcing their families to move. Over those days, I spent time with people who have done literally nothing to create the climate crisis, but who are suffering its worst impacts. I spent time with mothers who are desperately trying to keep their young ones alive, trying to find food and water to sustain their families' lives for another week another day, even just another hour. I spend time with their children who are clinging to life. And all of this is happening at what scientists believe is 1.2 degrees Celsius of warming, the most ambitious threshold set out by the Paris Agreement is 1.5 degrees Celsius. Many scientists now believe that 1.5 degrees Celsius may be impossible and that keeping global warming below even 2 degrees Celsius is highly unlikely. How many points of a degree do we have to watch tick by before the world says enough? Where I live, millions of people are already on the verge of starvation. At the current rate of emissions, it is estimated that by 2050, there could be 1.2 billion climate refugees. Statistics like these are important because they offer us a sense of scale. But we must remember that we are not just talking about statistics. We are here to talk about people. I want to tell you about one of the people I had the chance to meet while I was in Turkana County with UNICEF. I met a young boy in hospital where the worst cases of severe acute malnutrition are referred and treated. It was devastating for me to see, especially when there are available solutions that can be put in place to stop children from suffering like this. Unfortunately, this child's family was not able to access the proper services in time for him to receive the treatment that he needed. And by the time the sun set that evening, sadly, he had passed away. This is one story about how the climate crisis is affecting people all around the world, especially in the global south. How many children need to needlessly die before the world says enough? As I said at the beginning, Norway likes to refer itself as a global leader in development assistance. I also understand that Norad provides around 1% of gross domestic income to foreign aid. I understand that Norad is still leading an initiative called Oil for Development. Let me be candid. Sending money to the global south in the form of finance for the expansion of fossil fuel infrastructure is not aid at all. In fact, it is a travesty. And like any initiative that is funding any new fossil fuel infrastructure, it must end right now. Yes, it is true that energy poverty is still hurting millions of people in Africa and across the global south. In sub-Saharan Africa alone, around 600 million people still don't have basic access to electricity. But let's be very clear about this. Big oil and gas companies have been promising to lift people out of energy poverty for decades. And it's all been a lie. How many lies have to be told before the world says enough? Fossil fuel companies know all too well that the oil and gas pipelines will never reach those who live at the last mile. The oil and gas that fossil fuel companies relentlessly want to develop in Africa will not be for Africans. No, that oil and gas will be loaded onto ships and sent to Europe. The profits from that new fossil fuel development will line in the pockets of those who are already very rich. And when that new fossil fuel infrastructure has to become obsolete in the next couple of decades, the resulting debt will suffocate Africans who are already gasping under existing debt. How much debt needs to be added onto existing debt before the world says enough? And we know that the cheapest, fastest way to get energy to people living at the last mile is through distributed renewable energy. So please, let's put an end to this idea of oil for development. NORAD needs to champion clean, renewable energy for development. It's energy that people need, not oil. Now on to the larger national context. Norway often likes to portray itself as a climate leader. But just last week, the Norwegian government announced that it plans to offer a record number of gas and oil exploration blocks in the Arctic. Norway, a so-called climate leader, is proposing 92 exploration blocks, including 78 in the Barents Sea in the far north. The other 14 blocks are in the Norwegian Sea near the Arctic Circle. Does this sound like climate leadership to you? How much hypocrisy needs to be exposed before the world says enough? The Norwegian government likes to claim that it should be able to expand oil production because its oil is cleaner than the oil from other countries. Let me be very clear here. There is no such thing as clean oil. Norway should end all new investments in fossil fuels and use the billions it has amassed from the current energy crisis to fast-track clean energy for those that need it the most. And you don't have to take my word for it. The UN Secretary General, Mr. Antonio Guterres, has repeatedly reminded leaders that any new investment in fossil fuels is moral and economic madness. Last week in Davos, at the World Economic Forum, Mr. Guterres stated that the business model of the oil and gas companies is not compatible with human survival. In Davos, I joined a group of youth climate activists who met with Mr. Fatih Birol, the executive director of the IEA. And last week, the IEA published a report which showed how we can have no new fossil fuel development if we are to have a chance of staying below 1.5 degrees Celsius. Together with Dr. Birol, we called on the major oil and gas companies to stop all new finance for fossil fuels to give future generations a fighting chance to avoid the worst impacts of the climate crisis. How many experts need to explain this before the world says enough? I have only 10 seconds left, but this is an important message to deliver. So on behalf of all these experts, I am pleading for the Norwegian government to stop finance for all new fossil fuel development, to massively scale up finance for renewable energy, especially in the global south, and to make finance, climate finance, in the form of grants and not high-interest loans. All too often, Norway gives with one hand, and takes with another. Yes, Norway invests in renewables, but it continues to develop oil and gas exports, which increases emissions, which increases climate impacts, which are continuing to wreak havoc on vulnerable communities, on people, real people like that boy in Turkana. It is time to stop the moral and economic madness. It is time to stop the hypocrisy and the lies. Norway, you cannot have it both ways. Enough is enough. Thank you.
Please welcome today's Master of Ceremony, Jorunn Nossum.
Dear friends, colleagues, partners, ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Welcome to the Norad-konferensen 2023. My name is Jorunn Nossum. I work in Norad, where I'm heading the section for oceans. But first, let me just thank Vanessa Nakate for opening the Norad-konferensen in a way I don't think anyone can do better than her. Thank you, Vanessa, for spending your day in Oslo and here at the Norad-konferensen. I heard an interview with Vanessa where she said, and I quote her, "Climate change is about more than statistics. It's about more than data points. It is about more than net zero targets. It is about people. And it's about the people being impacted right now. And that is exactly what today's conference is all about. The Norad-konferensen 2023 is about humans, it's about nature, and it is about the relationship between human and nature. And we are here to explore one of the greatest paradoxes of our time, namely that we, human beings, are using nature and natural resources in a way that does not only destroy nature, but also threatens our own very existence. To dig into these issues, we have an incredible list of speakers with us today. But in addition to that, and I know this because I spent my weekend going through the whole list of participants for this conference, we have also an incredible audience. Thank you very much for being here. You're all very, very welcome. And that includes all of you in this room together with us, and also those 850 people following us online. So let's get started. Our first speaker today is Norway's State Secretary of International Development, Bjørg Sandkjær. Bjørg has spent most of her professional career working on international development, including many years in Norad, and mostly on global health issues. And I have known Bjørg since 2005, when I was moving to Ethiopia, a country where she lived at the time. And in my preparations for moving there, I sought some people to get some good advice. So I talked to some people in Geneva, someone in DC, some in Oslo, of course, and also one in Ireland, and Bjørg knows who that is. And from all these places, I got one and the same advice. And they simply said, you just have to get to know Bjørg. I thought that was an interesting advice for someone moving to Ethiopia, but I went there after 1 week, I'd met with Bjørg, and it turned out she knew everything and everyone in Addis at the time. And still, she had room for a newcomer like myself, because Bjørg always has room for a new person. As a State Secretary, Bjørg has continued her engagement on local democracy, increased participation, civil society engagement, and human rights issues. Bjørg, it's a pleasure to have you here. Welcome, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you, Yuen, for that wonderful introduction. And good morning, everyone. Great to see friends, colleagues, fellow fighters in the struggle for global justice, both people in the room and all the people that are following online. And thanks also to Vanessa for reminding us of the stark realities that is the contrast and the context that we are meeting in. We are meeting here today to talk about some of the most important challenges of our time against a quite stark backdrop. We are aware of the climate crisis. We are aware of the consequences of the COVID-19 pandemic. And of course, we are aware of the consequences of the war in Ukraine. These interlinked crises come together to disrupt the global order to an extent that I think was unprecedented, and that has shifted the focus and the optimism that at least I had before all this came about, when we saw indicators for sustainable development goals and progress moving maybe not as fast as we wanted to, or as evenly, but at least moving somewhat in the right direction. As we are meeting now, we know that we are not making the necessary progress to meet our shared goals. But I do believe that we can get back on track. But that will require an extraordinary effort, financially, yes, but above all, politically. Within our reshaped geopolitical reality, where, again, the challenges that we are facing are increasingly interconnected. And we must ensure that while we address the current and the acute crises, we do not lose sight of our long-term perspective. The topic for this year's conference is very timely because, and as we've been reminded already, if we look at the past, much of the progress that we have achieved has come at a price. And the concerns that Vanessa articulated so clearly, I think, are well taken and very rightfully articulated. But ladies and gentlemen, we are facing some dilemmas, and I'd like to see if we can move forward on some of those. How do we end poverty and share prosperity when war is raging in our own neighborhood and fragility, conflict, and violence escalate around the globe? Can we continue the fight against inequality and poverty while ensuring that we also keep global consumption under control and at a sustainable level? Can we safeguard our funding for long-term development when the global humanitarian needs are dramatically increasing? The simple answer is that we don't have a choice, we have to do it. But it won't be easy, and there are a few important topics that I would like to touch on and talk a little bit about how we see us moving forward. First of all, moving ahead, we need to recognize the links between climate and development. The documentation for this conference has demonstrated those links very, very clearly, and we need to articulate those and make sure that we really bring climate policy and development policy together. Climate change is having a direct adverse effect on development. If we fail to deliver on the Paris Agreement, efforts to enhance global prosperity and welfare will become much more difficult. Global efforts to reduce poverty and inequality must go hand in hand with efforts to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and building climate-robust societies. You may remember at the COP26 in Glasgow, Norway committed to double our climate finance from 7 billion Norwegian kroner to 14 billion by the year 2026. And we also commit to redress the imbalance between the financing that exists for mitigation and the finance that exists for adaptation. So within our increase in climate finance, we are going to increase financing for adaptation even more. Because the climate crisis, as we heard vividly from Turkana earlier and other places, is very much a reality in the areas where we work. Now, the world has several COPs. The other COP that took place in December related to the Convention on Biodiversity. Norway committed to a new global biodiversity framework. What does that mean? It means that we have committed to protecting 30% of the world's land and water by the year 2030. This is really, really important because we are, I think, increasingly realizing how biodiversity forms the very basis of our existence. A healthy natural environment secures medicine, economic growth, a stable climate, water, and food. And food security is a main development policy priority for this government from day one. It has also, because of the, not least because of the war in Ukraine, has moved to the top of the international agenda. The circumstances are dramatic. I think it's dramatic when we know that the number of people who were food insecure, number of people who went to bed hungry every night, we were going down for a while. We were doing well. But over the last few years, those curves have turned, and the number of people who are food insecure sounds so clinical, but who are food insecure, who go to bed hungry, is increasing. But there may be a silver lining. What we do see is increased global awareness around the systems that are not helping us to provide food and increase food security globally, but at least and particularly in low middle income countries. And with increased global awareness and resources, we do have a unique opportunity to transform the international food system, tackling climate change mitigation and adaptation in an integrated way. We recently launched a new strategy on food security. I see faces in the room who helped us develop that strategy, where we recognize the importance of small-scale food producers as a key to achieve sustainable food production. But realizing the right to food is not just a matter of improving productivity. We also need to increase access by supporting well-functioning local value chains. We need to ensure food in the belly and money in the pocket. And we believe the development potential for African agriculture is significant. And so is the potential of renewable energy. We got very specific challenges from the first speaker here today. And again, after nearly a decade of steady progress on electricity access in sub-Saharan Africa, the number of people without access is now increasing. So basically the curves are again pointing in the wrong direction. And we know that electricity powers development. While we need to provide access to those hundreds of millions of people who lack electricity, we also need to cut emissions. So that means that we need to transform the energy sector to meet climate targets and cut emissions while bringing electricity to homes and businesses. And as a global energy leader, Norway is committed to do what is needed. We provide grants for low and middle income countries, particularly in the African region, where we find severe energy poverty. We share our experience in managing and developing the renewable energy sector. We work closely with like-minded donors and development partners to scale up investments in renewable energy and in mobilizing private capital for renewable energy investments. Our aim is a just transition towards a renewable, circular, and sustainable future. And the only way to get there is to work in partnership between governments, industry, businesses, civil society. But we also need financing. And my friends, I think you know how to spell development finance. Spell development finance T-A-X. And as everyone in this room very well knows, Norway, we know about tax and taxation. And we use this knowledge to support domestic resource mobilization in low and middle income countries. The Norwegian experience has taught us it's not enough just to collect taxes. We also need good systems to ensure that taxes collected are used to promote welfare and to reduce inequalities, in turn also supporting and developing that all-important trust between government and citizens. So that's the sort of positive side of talking about finance. But the other side of the finance discussion is how we deal with the dirty money. Funds that are stolen from welfare and development through tax evasion, through corruption, and other illicit financial flows. Unfortunately, the global ecosystem of hidden beneficiaries, complicit service providers, secrecy jurisdictions, and impunity is very robust. We do need to combat corruption and tax evasion based on the fundamental values of transparency, accountability, integrity, and inclusion. We will do our part in the lead-up to the next global conference on financing for development. And many here will remember the last conference on financing for development in Addis Ababa in 2015. There is a decision now to plan for another Financing for Development conference in 2025. In the lead up to that, we will ensure that combating illicit financial flows, tax evasion, and corruption remains at the top of the United Nations and the multilateral development agenda. How do we do that? Well, we work with governments, we work at the country level, we work at the multilateral level, and not least, we work with our very important partners in civil society as well as in the business sector. So friends, the theme of this year's conference is human nature. Background documentation that we've seen has provided ample evidence of the risks that we are facing. We know that we are not on track to achieve our global action plan, the Sustainable Development Goals. We are also acutely aware that, as always, crises and problems affect those furthest behind the most. Women, young people, people with disabilities, and the list is long. The Norwegian government is aware of our responsibility. We aim not just to alleviate the immediate risks, but to support transformation towards more just and equal societies in partnership with nature. Because as Vanessa reminded us earlier today, this is all about people. Thank you.
It's really a pleasure for me to introduce our next speaker, because that's my own boss, Bård Vegar Solhjell. Bård Vegar was for many years a very high-profile Norwegian politician, and he has held several minister posts, including being the Minister of Climate and Environment. For the last 3 years, we've been lucky to have him leading Norad, where he is constantly far ahead of us, sometimes looking at us as if he's thinking, will they ever catch up? And he's always looking for new ideas and new ways and better ways of doing things. And he has that impatience that I think is necessary if you're serious about making a change in this world. So Bård Vegar, I know you're now impatiently waiting to get on this stage, so please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, and also thank you to State Secretary Bjørg Sandkjær for that strong message of resolve on behalf of the government and for direction to us. And great to see you all here at this place, which is suitably called Laughter, or Latter. Malaria is a terrible disease. It killed 690,000 people in 2021. And it doesn't pick its victims by chance. 96% of deaths were in sub-Saharan Africa. 80% of these were children below the age of 5. The number of malaria deaths has been reduced significantly, but the numbers have flattened and even increased during COVID. However, in 2022, the first ever malaria vaccine was put into regular use. Decades of hard work involving the quiet colossus of global health, Tore Godal, and many others, paid off. And in December, trials for a second malaria vaccine showed 80% efficacy. If approved, we can hope to meet the need for malaria vaccines by 2028. So, ladies and gentlemen, 2022 was a breakthrough year. You just haven't heard about it. It was also a terrible year, but more about that later. My aim for today is simple: that you leave more hopeful than you arrived here. So I can almost see the disbelief in your eyes on the 6th row there. But hear me out. I do not mean to underestimate the challenges we face, but I am convinced that hope is a stronger force, but above all, a more realistic scenario than doom and gloom. So let's look back. When Norwegian development assistance was introduced in 1950, 6 out of 10 people globally lived in extreme poverty. Most people were simply poor. 2 or 3 generations later, less than 10% live in extreme poverty. Electrification and education has gone from being luxury to widespread. The number of women who die in pregnancy and birth was reduced by 1/3 from 2000 to 2017. And maybe most impressive, child mortality was halved globally in 2 decades. These are numbers, yes, but the beauty of numbers is the stories they tell about people behind them. 5 million more children live to tell every year. Their mothers live to raise them. My grew up when the Marshall Plan for Europe was put into motion, and where reconstruction and rebuilding was all you could see. I was 17 years old when the Berlin Wall collapsed. The future was bright. All we could envision was progress and peace. It's like we have been spoiled with progress. And then, enter the 2020s. It was supposed to be the decade of action, but it has turned into the decade of backlash. And it's like we have also lost our optimism. Norad has done a population study prior to this conference. 6 out of 10 young Norwegians believe that living conditions in the world will get worse by 2050, also in developing countries. So what happened? Well, there were dark clouds for some time, but with COVID, it really turned. We saw an increase in extreme poverty for the first time in decades, and backsliding on education, gender equality, child marriages, and of course global health. Data also suggests that COVID has increased global inequality after years of reduction. Then Russia's brutal attack on Ukraine has also been an attack on developing countries, jeopardizing food security. Today, a record 350 million people are facing acute risk of hunger, according to the World Food Programme. And underlying this is a rising number of people living in non-democratic states and a gradual increase in the number of conflicts globally. We simply see more conflict and more authoritarian rule. And of course, the long-term development destroyer is climate change and the loss of nature. Climate change is reducing agricultural outputs and reducing growth. It has a ticking clock to it. The climate crisis is different from other threats to humanity in that the problem created by some affects us all, and that a full solution for some depend on us all. And it is deeply unfair. Countries in the global south with hardly any emissions are by far the most vulnerable and have the least resources to adapt. It's the definition of injustice. The sum of this is that we are farther from reaching the sustainable development goals. But of course, make no mistake, great things happen also. It is the decade where a COVID vaccine was developed in record time, and the decade where we agreed on the Nature Agreement in Montreal, and where the digital technologies are spreading and contributing to development. But right now, we are way off track to ending poverty by 2030 and to reach the other SDGs. Thus, this is also a decade where development assistance becomes more important. Yes, it does. Because there is more poverty and bigger humanitarian needs. And because, unlike other capital flows, development assistance is extremely flexible. And because we can make it reach the poorest and most vulnerable. And lastly, because it works. A large body of evidence from international research shows that good development assistance not only saves lives, but contributes to economic growth. And this is a consistent finding over time. From Norad's perspective, three things are crucial. So first, to provide enough development assistance. Global financing needs to increase according to the actual needs. This is also a message to Norway, by the way. Second, development assistance needs to be knowledge-based. The difference between the most effective development assistance and the average is enormous. We need to spend wisely and fact-based. And third, the need to integrate development, climate, and nature. This is imperative. Our work to fight poverty should contribute to a greener future. And our work to cut emissions and adapt to the climate and nature crisis needs to create development among the poorest. The American economist Branko Milanovic has called COVID-19 the first truly global experience. It affected the whole world. We learned about it in real time, and the solution was global. But it will not be the last global moment. In our integrated world, global development is not someone else's responsibility. It's our common task. The climate crisis, nature loss, global inequality, extreme poverty, or a pandemic affect us together, and we must solve it together. Development assistance is a crucial tool for making sure that everyone can be part of these solutions. So friends, I am hopeful, but hope needs to be based on facts. So I sometimes call myself an empirical optimist. Facts tell us that the world has done amazing progress, like I have showed you. Facts also show that faced with a crisis, humankind can solve it. We have emerged stronger from wars, pandemics, natural disasters, or totalitarian ideologies. Facts cannot, however, tell us to choose cooperation over conflict or solidarity over egoism or diversity over nationalism. But knowledge about human nature is fundamentally can tell us that human nature is fundamentally cooperative and willing to learn and connect. Altruism is unique to the human species. In his book, The Kindness of Strangers, Michael McCulloch sweeps through science and history to solve what he calls the enigma of generosity to strangers. And he discovers the advantages of altruism. And the Norwegian scholar Dag O. Hessen beautifully describes this in another book, simply titled We. It's about how we are programmed to cooperate from ourselves to society, between humans, but also humanity with nature. Cooperation is simply an important part of our success as a species. But enough now, this is not a book circle after all, it's the Norad-konferansen, full of international star speakers. We are in the early stages of what will be a tough decade, the 2020s, where poverty reduction has stagnated, where we are not protecting our precious nature well enough, and where conflicts and authoritarian rule is on the rise. But we, humans, have it in us to fight back. We have fought off worse challenges because it's actually human nature to cooperate and to show altruism in order to develop. So let's make sure this decade will be remembered as the decade of breakthroughs and the decade of action. The world needs it. Are you with me? I wish you all a hopeful conference. Thank you.
This whole session is about leadership in turbulent times. And our next speaker is Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala. Ngozi was the finance minister of Nigeria before she took on the position as the head of the World Trade Organization. And she has for a long time argued that the struggle against poverty, inequality, and hunger goes hand in hand with the struggle against climate change and nature loss. Ngozi, it's a pleasure to have you here with us here at the Norad conference. How are you doing this morning?
I'm doing well, thank you. Happy New Year to all.
Thank you very, very much. So my first question to you, Ngozi, is, and that is going back to your time as the Minister of Finance in Nigeria. And I'm curious if you could share some reflections with us on how you sort of juggle the different priorities with lifting your country out of poverty, securing economic growth, and at the same time securing your country's nature and also preparing your country for the consequences of climate change. So how did you sort of balance those different priorities and challenges in your time as a minister?
Well, thank you very much. I have to, of course, say that I was not the only one to be working on it because we had many members of cabinet and the president. So it was like a team effort. But from my own perspective, I have to say that I didn't see, it was a little bit easy for me because I didn't see those goals in contradiction. So if growing the economy and fighting poverty are one and the same thing to me, and then knowing that climate change and sustainability, if we don't pay attention to that, we are facing an existential threat from climate change. So the issue again was, how do you reduce poverty, and at the same time do so in a way that is sustainable? So I think it was a little bit easier for me because I saw the goals as completely intertwined. Now, getting the whole of cabinet to see that it wasn't as easy because this was before the Paris Agreement in 2015, before it was adopted. So it's easier said than done. So whilst I could see that way, getting all my colleagues around was also a challenge.
Thank you very much, Ngozi. Interesting to hear from you. And moving then to your current position as the director of the World Trade Organization, in what one could say are quite challenging times for global trade, could you share with us how you see sort of the role of global trade within the green shift? And also, if you see some promising developments or trends or just even an example or two that can give some hope and optimism?
Well, thank you so much. I think that's a really important question because most people see trade as part of the problem for climate change, for greenhouse gas emissions, because they always look at the logistics of trade. And when I came to the WTO, knowing, as I said, that we have an existential threat in climate change, the first thing that came to mind is to look at trade as part of the solution. And if you approach it from that way, you will see that there are several ways that trade can and should be part of the solution. That is why a few months ago at COP27, we launched our flagship report on trade and climate. So here are a couple of examples. Our economists looked at renewables and the cost of solar panels and renewable energy in the past 3 decades. And you know, as everyone knows, there's been a huge drop in the unit cost of solar panels, for example, more than 85% drop. And they found that 40% of the decline in the cost of solar panels over the past 2 or 3 decades is attributable to scale economies, which are made possible in part by international trade and value chains. So that is what has helped us to partly achieve this huge drop in costs. So that's one way that trade has contributed. Another is if you reflect on it, you know, if there are places where we have clean energy, you know, and a comparative advantage in producing certain products that are, you know, would lead to a lot of greenhouse gas emissions. Why do you make them where you would generate such emissions? Why not green source them? So we're looking at using this trade of green sourcing. So you can have them made in places where you have lower emissions, you maybe with hydropower and so on, or other types of power, and, ship them to places where, they don't have that comparative advantage. That's another way in which trade can help. Yet another way is looking at how you lower tariffs on climate friendly goods, on renewables. And often, if you look at the tariff structure in many countries, you find something anomalous. You find that tariffs on fossil fuel intensive goods are often lower than tariffs on renewables. So this is by looking at that structure of tariffs and trying to make sure that we are favoring renewables. That is another way that trade policy and trade measures can contribute. And then finally, let me mention on the logistics of trade. I'm very encouraged when I talk to CEOs of shipping companies, they're all looking at what are the alternative fuels that they could use, whether it's green hydrogen or whatever. But the move away from fossil fuels is clear. The same in aviation. It will take some time to get there, but clearly, even on the logistics, there is a move.
Thank you very, very much, Ngozi. Such a pleasure to have you here with us. Next time, why don't you come to Oslo? We would just love to continue our conversation with you.
I would love to be there with you in person, and I'm so sorry I cannot. Let's try for next time.
Ngozi, give her an applause.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Amina Mohammed, the Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations. And the role of the UN has been quite interesting to follow over the last years, that I think also was mentioned here from one of the previous speakers, where we have heard that the top leaders at the UN have sent a very, very strong message to the world. And not only a strong message, but also in a very strong language coming from the top leaders of the UN. We've heard them talking about a climate emergency, and we heard the UN Secretary General last year using the term Code Red. Amina Mohammed's engagement for climate and environment goes way back, and today she will speak under the heading A Call for Leadership. Please listen to Amina Mohammed.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is a true honor to address this conference on human nature, to reflect, re-image, and remedy our relationship with nature for peace and prosperity on our one planet. We have coexisted with nature for millennia. Yet over the past 5 decades, humanity's footprint across terrestrial and marine ecosystems has dramatically increased. This increase has severely destabilized our planetary boundaries, overshooting safe operating spaces on biodiversity, climate, and biogeochemical flows. We have mismanaged our natural world, driving more than 1 million species to extinction and polluting our land, our sea, and the air. This in turn has increased the threat from disease, exacerbated inequalities, and contributed to widening social divisions. The most vulnerable in society are paying the highest price. The COVID-19 pandemic reminding us that unmanaged risks can have a cascading impact across our economic and social service sectors when disaster strikes. What began as a health emergency has had severe effects on education, food security, supply chains, gender equality, and so much more. It has become a multifaceted crisis and an obstacle to the achievement of several SDGs. Ladies and gentlemen, we are at a critical moment. The decisions we take today will determine the quality of life on our planet for our descendants over the next 2 centuries. We have the potential to make transformative change and to shift the narrative to a safer, more sustainable path. Just last month, the 196 parties to the Convention on Biological Diversity agreed to safeguard and restore biodiversity for decades to come. Concrete and measurable targets were agreed, which require whole-of-government and whole-of-society approaches for sustained implementation. And last year, the United Nations General Assembly declared that everyone, everywhere, had a fundamental right to a healthy environment. I thank Indigenous peoples and local communities, youth and women's groups, civil society, local and subnational authorities, and other environmental advocates for showing the way and keeping us accountable. Yet our journey to reset our relationship with nature requires all actors and sectors on board to implement our nature pacts and unlock the resources required to operationalize the transformation across all sectors. We have the technology, the science, the willingness, and the solutions. To transform the model of development will require all constituencies across all sectors to take action and understand how we all stand to lose and what a collapse in our ecosystem services would imply to human and sustainable development. Global green recovery plans and new mitigation commitments can create opportunities for the acceleration of these transformational efforts. Identifying and disclosing financial dependencies and impacts on nature and associated risks are also key to enable the necessary transitions. So if we are bold and committed to taking the next steps with determination, foresight, and innovation, we must bring nature into decision-making at all levels as our long-term sustainability priority. We need to show collective responsibility to efficiently use and provide access to the goods and services biodiversity provides, while allowing it to regenerate so that such goods and services may be sustained or even enhanced over time. That is the only way we will save ourselves and our planet. Thank you.
We will have a break. After that, we will go from talking about leadership to talking about climate and inequality. And if I heard Amina Mohammed right, she said something like the most vulnerable in society are paying the highest price. So please be back at 10:30. Enjoy your break. welcome back. I hope you enjoyed your coffee break. It sounded like you enjoyed your coffee break for us standing back here. So this session will be about climate and inequality. And our first speaker in this session is Wanjira Mathai. Wanjira Mathai is now the Managing Director for Africa and Global Partnerships at the World Resource Institute. And she has live, practical, on-the-ground experience in handling the crises and challenges that we are discussing here today. And since we are here in Oslo, it's very difficult to introduce Wanjira Mathai without also mentioning her late mother, Wangari Mathai, who was here in Oslo receiving the Nobel Peace Prize in 2004. That strong voice and the influential power is obviously something that runs in their family. Please, Wanjira, it's an honor to have you here. Welcome. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Yuen. Thank you very much for that generous introduction. And it's wonderful to see all of you. It's actually a really nice view from up here. I have to say, so much has been said that is in what I want to say. But it's wonderful because I like to think of myself as pulling it all together. Thank you, first of all, to the family, the Norad family here, led by you, Bård, Vegar. It is wonderful to see you and to have this conference with these critical words. And I love how everybody has woven them into their remarks in some way or another. Bjørg, Sandkjær also, thank you so much for your wonderful remarks here earlier. Ministry of Foreign Affairs and other members present. I also want to acknowledge I actually have friends in the audience. My dear colleague Caroline Lesser is here, and good friends, especially ladies and gentlemen who are in this audience, who for the last 2 decades have introduced me and my family to the best of Norway. I love them and I want to mention them, and if they are next to you, give them a little pat. Marit Bergerøv is here, Halle Jon Hansen is here, Morten Eriksson is here, and I'm sure others. Thank you so much for being here. It really is a pleasure for me to share some reflections with you today, but also to pay tribute, I must say, to the past and the present of NORAD's work. You have shown courage and innovation, and I have been witness to that in your partnerships, and I really hope, actually, by being here, that you continue to be guided by those principles in this crucial decade. It's actually less than a decade, we now know is less than 7 years remaining, because the truth of the matter is the hard work ahead will require every ounce of our innovation, our commitment, and our courage. Today, as a human family, we do find ourselves facing the greatest challenge of our time, the climate crisis. We are at once faced by uncertainty, inequity, and urgency like never before. And to make it through all of this, our narrative has to start with this reality, that people, poverty, and inequality have got to be at the center, at the heart of how we meet this moment. Because the choices we make today will impact generations to come. Transitions will impact generations to come. We have the science we need, and for all intents and purposes, we even have the solutions, as we have heard, that we need to respond. But yet, for whatever reason, we are not moving fast enough, and we are not doing nearly enough. And I suspect that's also why this gathering is themed human nature. Surely, as a human family, we can do better. But over 40 years ago, NORAD actually made a bet on a small grassroots movement in Kenya, the Greenbelt movement. It was a bet on grassroots action. It was a bet on local leadership that catalyzed community mobilization and the mass planting of trees across Kenya. Not only were landscapes completely transformed, but over those decades, the Greenbelt movement mobilized thousands of women groups and planted over 50 million trees. Today, as the Managing Director at the World Resources Institute for Africa and Global Partnerships, we are also acutely aware that in the coming years, we have got to turbocharge initiatives like these. We have got to invest in people, nature, and climate together. Transitions in all sectors of cities, food, energy, water, you name it. Transitions that will usher a new era in which people have access to economic opportunities and a much better quality of life. And a world in which resources are protected and nature is restored. A world in which global emissions are sharply in decline. And this path is not always obvious, and we may still feel like it's far enough. But here is the good news. Today we have all the knowledge we need, and we have all the tools we need to get there. So improving human well-being and delivering the basic needs is the most important development imperative, certainly for the African continent. And looking at Africa from that lens means that it has to be very clear that climate is also about development. And I think everyone who has come up on stage thus far has made that point. We also know this, that Africa has the highest levels of poverty. We all know those statistics, and that actually renders us more and more vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. There are over 600 million Africans today who do not have access to electricity. And as we see changes in other parts of the world, that number as a percentage of global energy poverty only gets higher. But at the same time, we know that sub-Saharan Africa has some of the highest levels of potential for renewables. We know that Africa has enormous potential as the fastest growing youth population in the world, a bulge that is actually the envy of countries around the world. And talk about Africa's forests. Ladies and gentlemen, the mighty Congo forest that is the healthiest tropical forest in the world today, sequestering more carbon than any other and remaining a net carbon sink, the only net carbon sink of all tropical forests in the world. Development in Africa today, therefore, has to be about addressing the impacts of climate change, protecting critical ecosystems and biodiversity, and also unleashing economic growth. You cannot today disentangle those. And I'm so happy to hear all of our speakers mention that link. This is not a choice. This is an absolute necessity. And at WRI, we are also learning that a carbon-intensive structural transformation is actually not even necessary for Africa. We can chart a new development pathway. We must actually chart a new development pathway. And in this rapidly transforming global economy and global ecosystem, we have got to look to renewables, for example, in the energy sector. But we also know that the truth about renewables, as Vanessa Nakate was talking about it, is not necessarily as straightforward. African countries do have the opportunity to advance in renewables. But here is an interesting fact about renewables in Africa. There is no other sector on the African continent that simultaneously demonstrates great potential, but at the same time is facing significant challenges. We know by 2030, because of the gains that have been made in India, Latin America, and Southeast Asia, 85% of those living in Africa will have no access to electricity. That in itself is a massive demand for renewables. Let's look at the supply side. By 2040, and this always amazes me, Africa's solar potential alone, Africa's solar potential will be 19 times what the global demand for energy is. 19 times. We're not talking about hydro, we're not even talking about geothermal, just from solar. So Africa's renewable resources are immense. And so Vanessa is right when she says that we should be considering renewables for Africa as an imperative. But why isn't it already happening? The question really is, why is there no rush to invest in renewable sector in Africa today? It is a paradox, and to understand this paradox is also to begin to identify the areas where true partnership is needed. The areas, ladies and gentlemen, where we must look forward and invest. According to CPI, the Climate Policy Initiative, between 2021 and 2022, financial commitments in renewables in Africa told a very sad story. While investments in renewable energy systems totaled 9 to 10 billion, investments in fossil fuel investments, as you heard, were around 29 billion. And that is not inclusive of the 37 billion in fossil fuel subsidies alone. There is a clear mismatch in priorities and signals. And at that level, you can see very quickly where we are investing far less in renewables than we in fossil fuels than we are in renewables. But with the level of demand and supply as ripe as they are on the continent, there is another reason, and there are other reasons why we are not seeing a fast investment. And this is about two critical issues. Number one is the cost of capital. African countries today access capital at an average cost of 20 to 30%. And we can go to a country like the Democratic Republic of Congo, where capital is at around 40%. Northern economies, like here in Norway, access at rates of 5% or even less, and that makes the case for renewables that much greater. In Africa, there is simply no case to be made at the current cost of capital for renewable energy investments at scale. And that is a tragedy. We have to work on it. And I'm so glad that at this conference, we will be looking at that issue. And the papers that we've seen come out that will be discussed here address this question directly. Because here's the surprise. At the current cost of capital for Africa today, the most profitable source of energy is a diesel generator. Finally, and this really has to do with the demand and uptake of the energy generated. We can generate the energy, but we also have to invest in the uptake. Who will invest in this energy? Across the African continent today, a small number of utility customers account for the lion's share of the energy produced. In Kenya, for example, 5% of customers generate 70% of the income to the utility. You can see very quickly how this is not necessarily profitable yet. So expanding the grid, lowering the cost of capital are some of the most important incentives that have to be put in place to make renewables a shoe-in for the African continent. And this example bears out very nicely in the Songwe Stern report that we'll be seeing today. Addressing that cost of capital in Africa is crucial to unlocking the energy revolution. Ladies and gentlemen, in an area when the world is struggling to address existential crises in climate change and biodiversity loss, Africa can be a beacon of hope. We know that. We know that. And we can play a leading role in global cooperation. But it will take solidarity and partnership to make that happen. I would never have imagined that these words spoken right here in Oslo, close to 20 years ago now, would be so true today as they were in 2004. In her Nobel Peace Lecture, my mother, Wangari Mathai, uttered these words that I find so poignant and that I leave you with today. Today, we are faced with a challenge that calls for a shift in our thinking, so that humanity can stop threatening her life support system. We are called to help the earth heal her wounds and in the process heal our own. Indeed, to embrace the whole of creation in all of its diversity, its beauty, and its wonder. This will happen if we see the need to revive our sense of belonging to the larger family of life. And in the course of history, she said, there comes a time when humanity is called to shift to a new level of consciousness, to reach a higher moral ground. A time when we have to shed our fear and give hope to each other. That time is now. Thank you.
Ngôi nhà này thì là của ông bà. Thì khi ở với ông bà thì có bố mẹ. Bố mẹ và bây giờ thì đến đời con đời cháu thì cũng ở cùng với bố mẹ và ông bà luôn. Tất cả đều là nghề nghiệp, chủ yếu là ruộng với lại trồng ngô, trồng lúa thì chủ yếu là nghề nghiệp chính là làm ruộng. Ruộng thì toàn là ruộng bậc thang với lại ở nơi trên núi ấy, thì nó không có nước. Với cả là mình làm ruộng thì nhiều cái thuận lợi, đó là mình chủ yếu là chờ vào nước mưa thôi, chứ còn nó không có đầu nguồn để dẫn vào nguồn ruộng. Thì nói chung là thời tiết năm nay thì khác với mọi năm thất thường. Vâng, thì chủ yếu là mưa nhiều với lại nắng thì nó ít hơn. Chị Sa thì đang làm thêm ở dưới Bắc Hà và cũng gọi là một cái nhà homestay ấy. Thì cũng đang làm dưới đấy, còn vợ em thì đi làm khu công nghiệp ở dưới Vĩnh Phúc. Ước mơ thì chỉ mong muốn là gia đình luôn luôn sống hạnh phúc và nói chung là ước mơ thì có nhiều nhưng mà mình không thực hiện được thôi. Thì sau này thì con cái lớn lên thì mình có thể tư vấn cho nó học cao hơn hoặc là tìm được công việc ổn định hơn so với mình và làm ruộng bây giờ. Công việc của mình thì mình muốn công việc của mình có thể cải thiện hơn, có đường đi nó trong sáng hơn, nó tốt hơn, với lại nó đi lên con đường của mình.
As the movie started, climate change is affecting us all. But then the movie continued, saying some more than others. Following up on that, we will have the launch of the World Inequality Report. And this will be presented by the two authors themselves, Professor Lucas Chancel and Philip Bård, both from the World Inequality Lab at Paris School of Economics. Professor Chancel and Bård have both done research on inequality and environmental issues for years. And the first part of this presentation will be done by Professor Chancel, and then Bård will follow after that. So please, Professor Chancel, come here. The floor is yours.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a true honor to be here today to present this climate inequality report that is being launched on the occasion of this conference. But first, maybe a disclaimer. I will talk about numbers. So this report is largely about statistics and what we can do with them. And as we know, numbers can be key for policy discussions. And on that note, I'd like to start with the quote of an American president. He was then running for as a candidate. And the quote goes as this: I will seek that under my administration, the income growth of every American family is above average. So for those of you who remember high school maths, this is just not possible. If some are above average, this means that others are below. And this is what I'm going to talk about today, really. Not necessarily in the context of economic growth, but in the context of climate change. And this report is actually drawing from a burgeoning literature from the scientific side, from the social sciences, from the environmental sciences that look at climate inequality. So we've reviewed hundreds of research papers. We're also doing research on this topic ourselves, and we come up with this report for one reason. We think, and I think this vision is also shared by the Norad and the UNDP, who were kind enough to support this report, that this research so far does not find enough policy translations, policy declinations. And so this is what I would like to talk about today. So I will first present some key results from this report and some policy recommendations. And then my colleague Philippe Bote will look at two other key dimensions of, that come from recent research on the topic. So let me start with some of the main key statistics that I was alluding to just a few minutes ago. What you see here is the triple climate inequality crisis, as we call it, with three colors on the screen, red, green, and blue. The red bars show the inequality in relative income losses due to climate change. And this bar shows that most of these losses will be concentrated among the global bottom 50%. So that's half of the population. That corresponds more or less to the poorest part of the world population that will be getting 75% of all these relative income losses. I'll say a few more words about that in a minute. The green bar is the inequality of emissions. Those who are impacted the most are not those who pollute the most. And this is also very clear from this graph. The global bottom 50% of the population contributes to just about 12% of all emissions. And then there's another inequality here, which is also key, and I think critical for when it comes to policy solutions. Those who have capital, those who own wealth on this planet, the firms, the financial instruments that can help us to accelerate the transition, are those who are impacted the least. 75% of wealth ownership is concentrated among the top 10% of the world population. Now, back to what I was saying just before about averages. If everybody was average, then the shares of the different bars for the bottom 50% should be exactly 50%. And the values for the middle 40% should be exactly 40%. And for the top 10%, it should be 10%. So we see here that there are huge variations above and below these averages. These variations happen between countries, and we know we're starting to know this very well. You see here that some countries will be more impacted than others when it comes to the GDP losses associated with climate change. Those countries in red are the most impacted. But we're also starting to know very well that within countries, inequalities are also stark. They are also important and sometimes extreme. The poor, it is now systematically shown, lose more than others due to climate shocks. And we'll say a few more words about that in the second part of this presentation. Now I'd like to come to one of the novelties of this field of work, this field of research, and this is what is illustrated on this graph. You see here the carbon emissions associated with poverty alleviation, different ways to look at poverty, the extreme poverty of $1.9 per person per day, up to the $5.5 per person per day. Eradicating poverty will be associated with the construction of roads, with the construction of hospitals and schools, and this will have an impact on the global carbon budget. But this impact remains relatively limited when we compare it with the huge emissions of the global top 1%. Which is presented here on the red bar. So the point here is to say that sometimes we hear in the global north messages that go like, well, in fact, it doesn't really matter how fast we reduce our emissions because everything in the end is going to happen in the global south, because this is where, you know, the emerging middle class is going to explode the global carbon budget. This is just a little reminder that emissions of a tiny fraction of the global population matter, and they matter pretty much. Now I'd like to turn to the third part of the climate inequality that I was referring to in the first graph that I presented. This is the inequality of the blue bars, the fact that capital ownership is very unevenly distributed. The previous presentation also made that clear. Access to capital in Africa, for instance, is very difficult. So this is an extreme case of what economists might call a market inefficiency. Those who have the capacity to adapt, the capacity to invest, largely underinvest in solutions, largely underinvest in adaptation, in medication, at home or abroad. And so this is why we call in this report for more government intervention to solve these market failures. And so what do we recommend? At least 3 key blocks are discussed much more at length in this report. First, improving climate inequality measurement systems. We still don't know enough about inequality numbers beyond averages. As researchers, we propose methods, we propose new indicators, but we can collectively do much better. Second, rich countries need to honor their climate finance pledges. And here we also need to think outside the box. We need to think about new revenue sources, and we make proposals in that direction. It's not all going to happen as transfers from north to south, even though they are key, they are important. The development of national tax capacity in the global south is also paramount. But here, countries of the global north also have their own responsibilities. For instance, when it comes to making sure that their own multinationals are not stealing the tax resources of countries of the global south. Fourth, it's not just about getting more revenues, it's also about spending more and better on social ecological protection, and there are starting to be very many great examples of how this can be done in low and middle income countries. And fifth, it's important, as much as it's important to better measure climate inequalities of emissions, it's also important to better measure the inequality impact of climate policies themselves. And so far, we're still focusing too much on measuring the average effects of our policies, whether on the economic domain or on the climate side of the policy agenda. So here, just one graph to show that when I talk about thinking outside the box, this is what it might mean. The global community has been discussing over the past few years about a global multinational tax deal to make sure that multinationals pay their fair share of taxes, that there's less tax evasion. Well, this deal, as you can see on this graph, is actually largely favoring high-income and upper-middle-income countries. And basically, you don't see much revenues for low-income and lower-middle-income countries as a result of that deal. And this has created discontent among low- and middle-income countries for that precise reason. We can organize international taxation differently. This is the moment where we are discussing as a global community about these new set of rules, and it is paradoxical in a way that there is not enough, in fact, no connection at all between discussions on climate finance and discussion on international tax reforms under the context of the OECD. Thinking outside of the box might also mean finding new sources of revenues without targeting low and middle income groups in rich countries. New tax revenues, for instance, progressive taxation on centimillionaires, as we present here, can be an option. The good part here is that with relatively small tax rate, given the huge concentration of capital, this can raise significant amount of new revenues. But there is no silver bullet to tackle climate inequalities. Let me make this very clear. And this is why we also come up with what we call here a matrix to help policymakers to assist development agencies to make sure that when we think about climate policy, when we think about tax and environmental tax policies, we're factoring in inequality at their core. Knowing that different social groups might be affected differently by these policies. So we make many recommendations and proposals in the report. I will not go into the details of all of these proposals. I leave this for those of you who may be interested to have a further look at this report. And I will end now by thank you all for your attention and leaving the floor to my colleague, Philippe Botha. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Luca. And so as Luca has already mentioned, part of what we're trying to do in this report is to synthesize the latest research on climate inequality. And what I want to do in the few remaining minutes is to give you a bit of an insight into some of those papers that we're drawing on for our report. So here I want to take you back to this graph that you've already seen. And I want to take a bit of a deeper dive into two of those dimensions here, which are notably the losses and the emissions side. So here's a result from another paper that also came out last year that tries to quantify inequalities in carbon emissions. And again, you have different population groups, which are the bottom 50, the mid 40, the next 9, and then the top 1%. And on the left of this graph here, you have the corresponding population shares, which obviously the bottom 50% correspond to half of the global population. So those are really here to put the other side of the graph into perspective, which shows the corresponding shares in global emissions. So as Luca already said, if emissions were equally distributed in the world, the bottom 50% should account for 50% of the emissions. However, what we see is they're only at 10% down here, so at 1/5 of what they would have in a globally equally distributed scenario. And then at the other side of the distribution, the top 1% account for roughly 15% of global carbon emissions, and the top 10% taken together are almost responsible for half of all global carbon emissions. So there's obviously two dimensions to this inequality here. There's the between country dimension, which is well known by today. Rich countries in the global north tend to pollute extremely heavily and much more than low-income countries in the global south. But there's a second dimension to this, and that's the within-country dimension, which is something that's coming to the forefront more with these recent papers. And it's actually true that we see that over the recent years, the within dimension of climate inequality has taken over as the main driver of global carbon inequality. So what do these numbers mean? Well, basically, they mean that we have a relatively small fraction of the global population that is mainly causing the climate crisis. And so what does this imply for mitigation policy? Well, it implies that if you want to be serious about mitigation, and if you want to do it in an equitable way, you cannot be fiddling around with those 10% down there if you're not willing to get at the big chunks at the thick end of the distribution. Which is, of course, not to say that we don't want clean energy access. We do need leapfrogging of dirty technologies, but we really need to take a look at the consumption and the investment patterns of a relatively small fraction of the global population. And that's also what the IPCC is saying in its latest report. So that's on the emission side. Now let's look at the damages. And this is a result that Luca has already mentioned. And this is based on research by a group based at the World Bank. And what we see here on the x-axis, I'm sorry, those are the data points that we were talking about earlier, but bear with us. So what we have on the x-axis are the average income losses from different climate impacts, such as impacts on health, labor productivity, agriculture, and so on. And on the y-axis, you have the income losses of the bottom 40%, so the poorest part of the population. And what these data points now tell us is that if there was equality in the income losses, then these points here should be scattered around the 45-degree line. However, what we see is that the slope of this fitted line here is much, much steeper. Now, what does this mean? It means that the poor lose relatively more from all climate damages and from all climate impacts. So this is something that we know, and we know that there's a cumulative chain that leads to this result. There's inequality in exposure, there's inequality in vulnerability, and there's also inequality in resilience and adaptive capacity. And we know that we have a distribution in each of these elements But we need to get better at routinely incorporating these things into our policies, that is to say, short-term disaster relief, but also medium and long-term adaptation strategies. And here's an example of what this might lead to. So this is also research by the World Bank, and what you see here is the spatial distribution of flood risk and the economic value at flood risk. So you might say this is a reasonable metric to measure flood risk, and you might want to base your targeting policies on these measures. And I'm not saying that it's not a sensible metric, but let me show you another map where if you factor in the poverty dimension, all of a sudden the map looks very, very different. And what we see here is the share of population at the subnational level that is exposed to significant flood risk and poverty below the $5.5 line. And you see that we have regions in the world where 80% of the population suffer from both of these risks at the same time. So why does it matter? It matters because we know that poverty seriously affects the capacity to react and to be resilient to different climate hazards. So our point really is that we need to routinely factor in these dimensions into our policy responses, into our adaptation strategies, and become better at measuring and taking these things into account. So with that said, let me just wrap up. So what we try to do is to synthesize the state of the research, but also to give you a policy toolkit to act on this triple climate inequality that we've seen. Because we know that this triple crisis is not God-given. It doesn't come about just like that, but it's the result of political choices and historical processes that we can act upon. So we call on you to do that, and for more, please refer to the report. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much to Lucas and Philip for both for the report and for a thought-provoking presentation. Let me now invite to stage Marianne Marthinsen, who will lead the talk together with Professor Chancel on inequality and what needs to be done. Marianne is the director of Finance Norway, and some of you might remember her from her previous lives in politics. Life. She has been academically and politically engaged in the relationship between redistribution, inequality, and growth for years. So please, Marianne, the floor is yours.
So, Professor Chancel, first of all, thanks for joining me here in the chair. I will start by discussing the very premise for your report. Greenhouse gases are global in the nature. It doesn't really matter where and by whom they are emitted. And we're in such a hurry. In that perspective, how does it really make sense to quantify inequalities in carbon emissions, or even spend time discussing inequalities in carbon emissions?
You know, one of the basic founding principles of the climate negotiations and of our coordinated movement to try to solve the problem is really the principle of common but differentiated responsibilities. And so it's not sufficient to have a broad conceptual phrase here. We need to understand what this means. We need to better measure, better track these common but differentiated responsibilities, I think, to better act upon them. One of the reasons for that is to make sure that we are directing our efforts in the right place. So we all need to act wherever we are in the world, but some need to reduce their emissions faster than others. Some need to put more efforts into that. And this is one of the reasons why we want to better monitor this inequality. The second reason really is that we want to make sure that the policies we implement are not hitting those who might emit little and who might have little capacity to act. And so there is also an efficiency issue here at stake, because if we are targeting all the policy efforts, if we're demanding all the efforts on people who in fact are not emitting that much and have little capacities to act, this may lead also to social unrest. This is what we've seen in some rich countries over the past few years, where policy measures such as carbon taxes, for instance, were targeting groups of the population that didn't have that much high levels of emissions and that were very much constrained into their ability to change, to transform their lifestyles. I'm thinking about the Yellow Vest movement that happened in France, for instance, a few years back, and that spread to some other European countries to some extent. So this is another reason why we need better measures, although, indeed, everybody is in this together.
So this isn't first and foremost a moral issue for you. It's about efficiency, right?
I think it's a basic, policy evaluation issue that we have, and then everybody can, deal with the moral question how they want. But from the policy point of view, there's a clear case to be made that we need more of these indicators.
Most economists talk a lot about efficiency, and you as well. But when traditional economists discuss efficiency when regarding climate mitigation, they tend to point towards mechanisms like emission trading schemes, because they are considered to be the most efficient way to reduce emissions. And what those mechanisms have in common is that we don't need any information about the distribution of emissions. They just ensure that the reductions can be realized at the lowest possible cost. Isn't that a rational approach?
Well, have we been fast enough in our actions against climate change over the past 30 years? I think we'll agree that we were not fast enough. Yeah. Is it because we didn't do enough of these schemes? Some people might argue that, we would solve the problem with a global carbon tax and, then let's sit down and just, as economists, and just wait for things to unfold.
You don't believe in the global carbon tax?
I think, carbon taxes are necessary part of the solution, but they are not the only part of the solution. And when they are thought without factoring in inequality, they can actually lead to resentment against these policies. This is very much what we've seen in several countries.
Like your country.
Like France, and in fact, these movements, you've seen them in other parts of the world as well. Late 2019, several protests over the world, and some of them were associated with the rise in energy prices. And so this is why, for instance, the US over the summer passed the Inflation Reduction Act, which is a bad name for a climate policy because this is largely about a climate policy. In it, there is no carbon tax, because they also knew that carbon taxation might not be the only way to move forward and to take into account these inequality aspects. Now, maybe let me say one final thing on carbon taxes.
Please do.
There are many ways, in fact, to develop carbon policies. In Canada, for instance, when the carbon tax was implemented in British Columbia, it was associated with a rebate given to low and middle income households. Basically, the money raised by the carbon tax was re-injected in the economy precisely for low and middle income group. And this made it possible to buy the political support of these groups, which was not the case in France, for instance. So we see again that it's key to factor in inequality, and we cannot just say, okay, let's put a carbon tax and things will work out smoothly.
Let's leave the carbon tax, at least for a while. It's a very interesting topic, but maybe we'll come back to it. You find that not only emissions, but also the consequences of climate change are unevenly distributed. To quote your report, you write that studies point to a strong socio-economic relationship between exposure and current living conditions, whereby the worst off are more affected than the rest. So when the top emitters are likely to be protected from the consequences of climate change, do you believe that this affects their incentives to reduce emissions? Maybe a leading question, but
right. Yeah, maybe the answer is in definitely the formulation.
You may elaborate a little.
And so here again, common but differentiated responsibilities on the one side, and then common but differentiated impacts. So we're all facing impacts of climate change. But clearly those impacts, and that was very clear in some of the graphs that were presented just before, are starker at the bottom of the social scale for several reasons. First, there is often more exposure to risks. So for instance, when we think about land markets or housing markets, often the homes that are more exposed to risks, river floods for instance, are the least costly because of real estate markets. So that's where low-income groups are going to live. And so there's more exposure to the possibility of a flood. But then on top of that, there is also more vulnerability when the shock, in that case, the river flood, may hit a population. So not only low-income groups are more affected, but also they have less capacity to be resilient, because the materials of their homes might be not as strong, not as solid of higher income groups.
Is that a surprising finding?
So this is a very well established finding. This is indeed not a surprising element of the research. That being said, maybe the novelty here is that these inequalities are not just in low-income countries, it's also in high-income countries as well. We've seen that over the past summer and over the past 2 years in the heart of Europe, where climate shocks also have differentiated impacts across the population. And I think
it's not just a global south issue.
It's not just a global south. Everything that we've been talking about today is, in fact, all the messages apply to the global north versus global south discussion, and within the global north and within the global south discussion as well, because you also have, high polluting groups in emerging countries as well that are well protected from climate troubles. And they also have part of the finance, part of the capital to start to act, and that are not asked to contribute enough.
To continue to talk about surprises, one of your most surprising findings, at least for me, is that overall inequality in global emissions is now mostly driven by within-country inequalities. Is that something new?
It is, to the extent that in the early 1990s, when the conferences of parties cycle began, it was the reverse. It was the reverse. It was really a north-south issue. And at that time, so it made a lot of sense to frame our understanding of the problem and of the solutions in this framing. Today,
and that framing is still very dominant, right?
This framing is still very dominant. And it is true that there are still very big and stark north and south differences. What we're saying is that on top of these huge inequalities of emissions between countries, we also have huge inequalities in emissions within countries. And so this calls for an updating of our framework to address these issues.
You point towards a very strong link between income, consumption and emissions, and to touch upon methodology issues. There is an ongoing debate, academic debate, on how to measure carbon footprints. And in the report, you admit that there are some, I will not say weaknesses, but maybe challenges also in the approach that you have taken. And without going into detail, we don't have time for detail. Could you say something about your confidence? How confident are you about your findings?
Sure. So let me first say repeat one of the conclusions of the report. We're still collectively relatively bad at measuring these emissions. And when I say collectively, I'm also thinking about governments and statistical institutions who should be the primary actors in publishing these statistics. So we can do much better. And so this means putting more efforts, more finance into making sure that governments, statistical institutions publish these numbers themselves.
You actually point towards more statistics as part of the solution. I like that.
A not sufficient but necessary condition for it. Now, as researchers, we try to provide estimates, numbers, to fill a gap. There's a big data gap. And we're pretty clear about the fact that these numbers are far from perfect. We think that they're much better than nothing at all. We're very confident about the global numbers we present, because these global numbers, as Philippe Botte was presenting, there's an emerging consensus about these numbers. So basically the stock global inequality, top 10%, about half of the total, bottom 50%, from 10 to 15% of the total. Different methodologies, different approaches between different research groups come to the same results and conclusion. So confidence about that. Now there's a specific question about emissions at the top of the top of the top. There's no big surprise. No matter how you're going to measure that, they'll still be pretty big. That said, we can discuss about different ways to look at the problem. And I think, this is why it's important to have collective approaches among statisticians, among researchers, to move forward on these issues.
But you are confident about the big picture that you present. Yeah, that's nice to know. I used to be a politician. Don't hold it against me, but that's the sad truth. And in my previous role as a politician, I often heard a claim that we will have to choose. We can limit global emissions, but at the cost of fighting poverty. But you are sort of claiming that this contradiction doesn't really exist.
When it comes to extreme poverty reduction, the results from research are very clear on that point. Now, when it comes to making sure that it's not just about poverty reduction, it's about generating, a vast middle class in the emerging world. What we also want to show is that, the development space for this to happen is also a space that today is taken by the huge emissions of the top 10%. So this is where the choice has to be made, but it's largely about what the top 10 decides to do or not to do to reduce their emissions.
What it chooses to do?
What it chooses to do. Now, the good and positive side is that we know the options. We know the technologies. We know the economics. What we don't have enough is the social and political, and since you were a politician, the coalitions that support these measures. And so far, we don't have the coalitions enough. Why? Because over the past decades, I think we've been in a world where we thought that just telling the science was sufficient. Saying, okay, we should act would be sufficient. Now we know it's not sufficient enough. And I think we need to look a little more about who's gaining, who's winning, what might be the potential conflicts at stake in this transition. So we're back to the inequality discussion.
Yes, and this takes us directly to the policy implications of your findings. So we need more money, a lot more money to finance mitigation and adaptation. And that's something we've heard multiple times before. For instance, when the Stern report was launched this fall. And that report takes a very practical approach, I would say. These are the investments that we need to make to reach the Paris targets, and this is how to do it. So we need financing partnerships, risk-sharing programs, we need to resolve debt and liquidity issues, etc., etc. But the Stern report doesn't assume that we need a fundamental redistribution of wealth and a reform of both national and international tax systems. It seems that when you incorporate inequality in the assessment of climate change, it fundamentally affects policy recommendations.
It's an opening of the policy space. Basically, it's a widening of the policy toolkit. And I mean, to be fair, rich countries have been claiming that they would act on the climate finance transfer side of the story for the past 15 years, this $100 billion for adaptation mitigation in the global south, saying that this should be a floor. We're not even able to reach that floor by 2020, the date at which we were supposed to reach that. So the idea is that with new ideas, with new policy proposals, this makes it more likely that we are able to actually reach this objective.
But then we need to talk about feasibility of your recommendations. To target the bottom 90%, or at least the bottom 50%, you suggest substantial use of public investments, subsidies, social protection programs, cash transfers, etc. and this should be financed with wealth or corporate taxes on the top 10%. Is it possible to tax the rich at such an extent that it makes a real difference for the bottom 90?
So first things first, let's look back at history. So basically when we developed social and welfare states in the global north, first part of the 20th century, the basic political economic deal that happened was that more transfers for the bottom and also universal transfers, education and health, financed by more taxes at the top. So what you see first part of the 20th century is really this steep rise in progressive taxation to finance these universal transfers that were largely benefiting the bottom. So this is what happened during the high growth phases in the high income world. And so to some extent, the rise in welfare state systems in the global south can also happen with this kind of political and economic dynamics. Now, what is pretty clear is that when we think about tax capacity in the global south, there is a lot of things that can be done. So taxes are often regressive in the sense that they rely essentially on consumption taxes, no inheritance tax, very little progressive taxation, little taxation of capital. And these are things that we're not even trying to do them in so many countries. So the first thing would be to do that. The second really is about the international and the global part of the picture and how utopian this is. I would just like to remind one basic fact. 10 years back, when colleagues of mine or myself were talking about a global multinational tax, people were telling us, you're utopian, right?
Yeah, I remember.
Right?
I was told that too.
and so we see that this deal actually was able to materialize. This deal is far from perfect, as I was trying to show, and the world will never be perfect. But we can make huge progress, and we've seen that in a few years, huge progress was made. So that's why I remain pretty optimistic about, these proposals are not just ideas taken out of thin air. They can also materialize in practice. And by the way, back to the Inflation Reduction Act of the US. How is it financed? It's financed by new taxes on multinationals, on capital incomes, and it's explicitly presented as such by the Biden administration. So you have here, one way to do things. So there's the global north versus global south dimension of the equation that's missing, but we see that some policymakers are actually implementing climate policies financed by more taxes on the top of the distribution. Because in a world where capital is so concentrated, it makes a lot of sense from an economic but also from a political point of view to do so.
It's very relieving to hear that you are optimistic regarding the international tax policy discussions, but you also advocate more progressive national tax regimes, more taxation of capital, for instance. And some people would make the opposite argument, saying that we need to stimulate private ownership, investments, technological breakthroughs in order to stand a chance to meet the Paris Agreement. Are those people wrong? Leading question again.
Well, between 0% taxation on capital and 100%, there's a wide range of options, all right? And so
I agree.
We can all agree that zero is pretty low, right? As it happens in many cases. Then, for sure, private investments are part of the equation. They need to be there. And we need a massive redirection of a big share of private investments to the transition. At the same time, we also need to realize that private investments are, often not so good at dealing with this issue of equality of access to infrastructures. And here, when we think about, for instance, transportation or energy infrastructure, the equity dimension, inequality dimension is important. And private investments can be the good way to do that. They are not always the good way to do that. So that's why governments have this huge role to play, and they have played this huge role over the past, and they will continue to play this huge role in the decades to come.
Governments have a great role to play. That's the last we will hear from you now, because our time is up. But I'm sure the conversation is not over by this. Thanks a lot for your contribution, Professor Chancel.
We are now moving to China, and a session that we have called China's Path from Poverty to the Gilded Age. With us, we have Yuen Ang, who is a professor of political economy at the Johns Hopkins University. She is also the author of 2 award-winning books, How China Escaped the Poverty Trap and China's Gilded Age. And if you are the one that thinks that development is the same as success and only success, you should pay attention to this. Welcome, Dr. Ang. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Norad for having me and everyone for being here today. I am the only thing standing between you and a 40-minute lunch, so it better be worth it. There's a lot of pressure. I've been asked to share lessons of development from China, so I would like to start with a story. This is You might have heard of the movie Crazy Rich Asians, and this is a real-life Crazy Rich Asian. His name is Xu Jiayin, who also goes by the Cantonese name Hui Ka-yen. His nickname is Belt Brother, inspired by his gold-buckled Hermes belt, which he wore to the annual legislative conference in 2012. Hui's life story is worth making into a Netflix series. He was born in 1958 in a village in Henan province. Like many others of his generation, he was born into abject poverty and was frequently hungry. His mother died when he was a baby, and he was raised by his grandparents. Then in 1980, when China opened up its markets, Hui was only in his early 20s, and he worked in a state-owned steel factory. Then in 1993, after Deng Xiaoping's Southern Tour, which accelerated market reform, Hui took the plunge. He quit his job in the state-owned factory and started his own private business. In 1996, he went to Shenzhen and started one of China's first real estate company at a time when real estate wasn't even very much heard of in the country. His first big break came from acquiring a piece of old land and then turning it into one of China's first condominiums. 10 years later, his company was listed in Hong Kong, and in 2017, Forbes named him the wealthiest man in China, a meteoric rise. But as Hui became opulent, he also became notorious for extravagance. He would ride his private jets just to play cards with friends. He cultivated political connections by giving away million-dollar jewelry and, quote-unquote, lending his villas to powerful actors. His political connections helped him to build a business empire, acquiring land easily and engaging in risky financial behavior. His company took payments for pre-built apartments to build more apartments before the existing ones are delivered. Then in 2012, a new leader came into office in China, President Xi Jinping. And the house of cards came tumbling down because Xi Jinping had a new paradigm focused on fighting inequality and debt risk. With that, central regulators imposed new regulations restricting borrowing in the real estate sector. So very quickly, Hui's company, Evergrande, ran into liquidity problems, and today it hovers around bankruptcy with about $3 billion in debt. So if a scriptwriter were to pick a name for the story, he couldn't pick a better one than the real-life name, Evergrande. The go-go days of capitalism were indeed grand, but they did not last forever. All right, what is the moral of this story? For countries seeking to learn from China, what should they learn? So I encourage everyone to take 5 seconds to think about the moral of the story. Okay. The answer isn't China is bad. That's a prejudice. It's not a lesson, okay? All right. The lesson is development is not success and only success. Now, why do I emphasize such a simple lesson? Because for decades since development became an industry, we have always assumed that development means progress, success, more production, more GDP, more consumption, more and more. Analysts would look at the examples of developed Western economies, pick out a few things they did right, and proffer so-called models to developing country, telling them, this is the secret recipe, this is the formula, this is the silver bullet, replicate this, and you'll get rich. So it sounds really nice, except that it was all wrong. Because what we have learned from the story I just told you is that development is a mixed outcome. In reality, phenomenal growth can come with inequality, corruption, debt risk, pollution, and the climate crisis. And this is true not only of China, but also of the West. Hui's story, which is also representative of China's national story, is not just a story of rags to riches. More precisely, it is a story about the path from poverty to the Gilded Age. To be gilded is not the same as to be golden. Gilded means if you peel back the layer of gold, you find base metal beneath. The term Gilded Age comes from American history. From the around 1870s to the 1900s, America underwent a period of transformation similar to China today. It enjoyed rapid growth, industrialization, urbanization. At the time, it was fast becoming the factory of the world. But at the same time, it suffered from grotesque inequality, a lot of corruption, social unrest, exploitation of labor and migrants. And all of these social problems eventually prompted what came to be known as the US Progressive Era, that began at the turn of the 20th century. The Progressive Era involved a sweeping program of economic and political reforms to check the excesses of the Gilded Age, involving new regulations, anti-monopoly, anti-corruption reforms, labor protections, the welfare state, and so forth. All of those domestic reforms then laid the foundation for America's rise as the superpower of the 20th century. So when we look at China through the American lens, we can better make sense of the challenges facing China today. Contrary to the popular image that the two countries are polar opposites, they actually share more similarities than we think. The current stage of development in China is what I would call the Red Progressive Era, meaning the current leadership wants to check the excesses of the Gilded Age, except with an authoritarian toolkit. So they have launched campaigns like the Common Prosperity and anti-corruption campaigns instead of allowing political activism and the free media. It issues commands from the top rather than passing laws through democratic legislative processes. The Red Progressive Era is still playing out in China, and it will define the nation's struggle for some years to come. So to conclude, what we have learned today, I hope, is a simple lesson. Distinguish between what to learn and what not to learn. There are many positive lessons that we can learn from Deng Xiaoping's reform-era China. In particular, the principles of adaptive governance, directed improvisation, and values of pragmatism. But even that pragmatic system was not perfect because it was a growth-at-all-costs model with corruption built into it. That sort of corruption did not stop business, but it led to risk and distortions that are blowing up today. I would like to, again, reiterate that one of the biggest mistakes made in international development is the normative assumption that development means an unqualified success, accompanied by the policy assumption that developing countries should emulate, copy, or replicate so-called models from richer countries. And if you think about it, this obsession with quote-unquote models and with replication is really an industrial logic. It's the subconscious influence of the industrial environment in which we live. But development is not a production line in a factory. Development has to be an artisanal project that one does with care and attention to detail. If development is fast and convenient, then it has to be junk. Right? So let's keep that in mind. So learn, but do not emulate and copy, whether it is copying from China, the West, or any other countries. If policymakers, governments, and development practitioners can understand and practice this simple principle, it will go a long way, at least toward doing no harm. And if we all need a vivid reminder, let's again remember with fondness the story of Belt Brother. Is Belt Brother a success or a failure? So, if you blindly admire his wealth and seek to replicate his life path, then you'll be destined to win it all and eventually lose it all. So on that bright note, let's have lunch and chew on the thought. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Yuen, for a fantastic story. And not a problem for you to keep this audience going for the 40 minutes before lunch. But it is time for lunch, as Yuen just announced. After lunch, we will continue looking into financing for the future. Please enjoy your lunch, but please also be back at 12:40. Welcome back. I hope you have enjoyed your lunch. We have seen how the responsibility for emissions, as well as the consequences of climate change, are not equally distributed. And in this session, we will look at financing for the future. Our first speaker is Mari Pangestu, the Managing Director of Development Policy and Partnerships at the World Bank. Pangestu has had several minister posts in her home country, Indonesia, and years in academia and international organizations. So please, Mari Pangestu, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I'm really pleased to join the NORAD annual conference at this very challenging time and to address a very important topic, which is called, the whole session today is called Financing for the Future. Let me just make 3 points in my remarks this afternoon. First, what do we mean by the future that we need to finance? Second, the urgency and scale of investments that are needed for the future. And finally, the financing of these investments. So let me start with what is the future and share with you my thoughts about what is the future. Let me start with the context that we are having this discussion. We all know that this is a critical time for both development and climate. We have the overlapping crisis of the COVID, the conflict and the war, food insecurity, global economic downturn, high inflation and tight financial conditions, compounding the debt stress that are facing many developing countries. And at the same time, we have the deepening climate crisis, and some would say we are beyond the tipping points. So these crises are really leading to a crisis of development, with poverty increasing for the first time since 1998, worsening inequality, reversals of human capital, and climate change really impacting on the poorest and the most vulnerable countries, as well as the poorest and most vulnerable in many, many countries. And what the overlapping crisis also tells us is that it highlights the interdependence of people, planet, and the economy, something that we used to talk about all the time, but I think the reality is here for us in front of us. COVID showed how the zoonotic nature of the virus from going from animal to human. That's one example of the interaction between people, planet, and the economy. The other one is how the food insecurity has also been driven by climate change. So the future means we need an integrated and transformative path of development, one that is green, resilient, and inclusive, and where we can achieve climate and development together. And that there is no trade-off between climate and development. The trade-off is really between inaction now and the cost, very much higher cost in the future. There is an opportunity to reset in the deficits in policies and investment gaps, and a need for rapid and sustained investment in all types of capital: physical, human, natural, and social. So that's for me is my thoughts on what is I think is the future. And second, I just highlighted the need for the investments that will be required for us to secure that kind of future. There's an urgency to accelerate and scale up investments that are transformative. So it's not just any type of investments, it's not additional investments. It has to be transformative investments, which includes human capital, investing in human capital, in health and education, investing in sustainable infrastructure, and transforming systems, whether it's energy, transport, agriculture, land use and water, urban infrastructure, and manufacturing, where you can achieve growth, mitigation, adaptation and resilience, and the restoration of natural capital. And you also need to make investments in social infrastructure, because at the end of the day, we want to be people-focused. Any transition needs to have people at the center. So this is kind of the future that we would like, and the need of investment. And when we discuss this with many of our internally, as well as with our client countries, with our developing countries, we kind of get nods, but then their eyes roll up a little bit and said, okay, that sounds fine and well. It sounds very normative. So how do we actually achieve this? How do we go from this broad perspective, which all sounds nice, to really the implementation? And this is where we have developed a new diagnostic tool called the Climate Change and Development Reports, and we've done it in 25 countries. And they get to the question of how can countries achieve both climate and development? How would they prioritize and sequence the sectors or systems that they need to change? And what are the investment needs? And so I just wanted to share some of the highlights from these country-level analysis, because it starts giving us a picture of how to and how to prioritize these actions and investments. The first highlight or finding is that there is a trade-off for inaction of up to 12% of GDP losses due to climate change, and the higher losses are being experienced by the low-income countries. And we have increased poverty, as well as a disproportionate impact on women and children. So this is the cost of inaction. And then when you have the scenario of, let's have a scenario that's more ambitious than the current NDCs, that climate objectives can still be met while you achieve development. It shows that these countries that in our studies, if they can reduce emissions by 70% and still have a positive impact on growth of up to 3.3% of GDP, as well as opportunities to gain from efficiencies, technology, and green value chain, the creation of jobs, although there are also jobs lost, and the priority sectors and systems that need to be changed in those countries, which will differ, whether you are talking about a middle-income country, whether you're talking about a low-income country, and which sectors and systems need to be prioritized to have the most impact on development and climate. And we also make an estimate of the investment needs. And it comes in as 1 to 2% of GDP for the upper middle income countries, 2 to 6% for higher middle income countries, and 8 to 10% for low income countries. So you get to the more concrete answers as to what needs to be done at the country level to achieve climate and development, and what are the investment needs. Before you can get to the financing question, what do countries need to do? They do have to undertake policy and institutional reforms. They have to have appropriate standards and regulations, and they have to have targeted measures to address the just transition, to address the losses that do happen, whether it's job losses or whether in the transition, say, from coal to renewable energy, the coal workers or the regions that are coal dependent, how do you address the transition there? But most importantly, I think these climate change development reports, initially countries were, I would say, a little bit skeptical, but as we did more of these exercises, what we have found is that countries have found this helpful as a narrative, as a justification, whether it's creation of jobs, or in many cases we found that the private sector in those countries were also interested in having the country have a very clear low carbon development strategy, as well as clear guidance as to how they were going to decarbonize their economies, because of the importance of sustainable supply chains. The fact that countries and companies have to be a part of, to be competitive, you have to be part of the sustainable supply chain. And that requires you to have a very long-term strategy on low carbon development. Your country needs to have the clear policies. And the country ownership is very important. The CCDRs will tell you what should and can be done, what are the investment needs, but it needs to be owned by the country. It needs to be led by the country. And this is where some of the difficult policy recommendations, such as removal of fuel subsidies and agricultural subsidies, which are very politically difficult, will face issues of political economy. So I just wanted to emphasize that, because I have been a policymaker in a developing country where really a lot of times we know what to do, but how to do it, how to implement it, and how to do it in a sequence way, and how do we get the financing, how do we get the narrative to be able to justify and convince the constituents that this is actually going to benefit you, benefit the country, and so on. So I think the CCDRs help with that. Finally, in the remaining time, the big question is the investment needs are huge. And how do we finance this big investment push? Later on, there will be speakers who will address this in more detail. But let me just highlight some of the principles that we really need different sources of financing to come together for different types of investment requirements. And they all need to come together around the country platform. And we need to coordinate between government, donors, MDBs, IFIs, private sector, including institutional investors and philanthropists. We all need to agree on our roles and responsibilities and the ambition that we need to reach. And it starts with domestic resource mobilization, and within that, how to tackle debt vulnerability of debt-distressed developing countries, public expenditure policies, including the subsidy, repurposing of subsidies, inefficient subsidies for fuel and agriculture, which actually amounts to 1.2 trillion. It's not getting rid of the subsidies, it's repurposing it. You could still have the sustainability outcome as well as, because you're correcting the incentives on relative prices of carbon, and still have better targeted programs for the vulnerable groups, whether it's for food or energy. Carbon pricing, scaling up capital markets locally, which means aligning financial systems with climate and development objectives, and making sure that we have sustainable taxonomies. Enabling and mobilizing private sector, which is about enabling the investment environment, guarantee and insurance schemes, and using public funding, whether it's government or international public funding, to mobilize private capital. It's about reducing risks and costs that will enable as well as mobilize private sector. And finally, big discussion today, and I'm sure we will have further discussion in the panel. What should MDBs do more and evolve to meet these challenges with the support of shareholders and donors? In the first instance, how to ensure that MDBs also address global public goods such as climate change, global health, food security, fragility, and conflict, and synergize with the development mandate of reducing poverty and the SDGs. This is about increasing our climate finance targets. It is about the diagnostic tool that I just mentioned, and supporting countries to design frameworks that will identify how they can achieve both climate and development objectives, what the investment needs are, and therefore what the financing needs are, and who does what, and coming around the country platform. And at the end of the day, I do think we will need more concessional resources and blended finance resources to incentivize countries to invest in global public goods, as well as to mobilize private capital. And finally, all MDBs right now are also being asked to look at their own financial model and see how much more can they maximize their balance sheets to really provide more financing for these great investment needs. So let me close on that note that there will be more discussion on the evolution of the MDBs, and this is really something that we all hope that all of you can also be part of that dialogue. So thank you very much, and I hope we will have a good discussion following my introductory remarks. Thank you so much.
Aujourd'hui, les forêts de la RDC font partie des forêts très importantes, non seulement pour la RDC, non seulement pour l'Afrique, mais pour la planète tout entière. Je suis Jules Katouba de Chicago. Je suis chargé de programme forêt et climat en République démocratique du Congo. On sait qu'elles ont une forte capacité de séquestration de carbone qui permet de réduire les taux d'émission de gaz à effet de serre. Elles ont un rôle très important pour la planète à cause aussi de la biodiversité qu'on trouve dans ces forêts. On y trouve certaines espèces rares qu'on ne trouve pas dans d'autres forêts, comme les okapis, comme les bonobos.
yango ekoma kosunga ngai yaona izwa penda mayele ke en tout cas biloko eza na sous-sol esungaka biso.
There is forest because there is water, and there is water because there is the rainforest. So it's very much interlinked. Basically, we say that water is life, but water is economy, water is climate, you know, water is earth. So water is everything.
Il y a plusieurs moteurs de déforestation. Le principal qui a été identifié, c'est l'agriculture sur brûlé.
Liboso kubanda lobendi. Après lobendi, toye kozwa nkotopona ukata banzete na soka. Après soka nde toye kozela moi tozikisi. Après kozikisa net siko to komosala kolongola ba titi biloko wana banzete tikala kipona tolona biloko.
Ngai papa Joseph nazosala makala yango wana na tumbaki banzete yango après soki makala ebimi na kei koteka yango na wenze na zwa mbongo.
Bilo auto tisa oba grim o uta Équateur.
C'est le bois importé que les gens importent ça à l'extérieur du pays.
There is really this strong relationship between Congo Basin rainforest and the water cycle. It's really evident that if a critical mass of deforestation is reached within the Congo Basin, then we'll also have a critical impact on rainfall pattern across many regions of Africa, but also locally.
C'est nécessaire de protéger la forêt parce que d'abord, les générations qui arrivent après ont besoin de trouver cette forêt qui contient beaucoup de richesses.
Our next speaker today is a very good colleague of mine from Norad, Lars Lo. Lars has years of experience working on development economics and aid, public finance, macroeconomics, and income distribution. And there is one more thing you should know about Lars, and that is, among all the ski enthusiasts in Norad, and those are many, he is the one with the highest number of kilometers on his skis every year. Please, Lars, it's a pleasure to have you here. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Yuen. I've learned to say thank you for the invitation, but as you heard, I'm employed by Norad, so I think I'd rather say I'm very proud of this conference, what my colleagues has achieved, the relevance of the content. So, and I'm happy to see you. I could pick up on several of the presentations before me, but I think I would like to pick to one of them, to the presentation by Chancel and Bute. They showed with crystal clarity how inequality and climate is connected. They told us about climate inequality, both in emissions and in the consequences. We're also seeing that we have the tools to save the planet and to invest in people at the same time. My main perspective will be how the combined goals for climate and poverty must address the inequality between countries. So first, let's remind ourselves that what we often talk about as developing countries is far from a uniform group. It consists of almost 140 countries with 6.5 billion people. The report also includes examples of countries from the low-income and lower middle-income country group. This figure summarizes only one yet important difference in three numbers. The living conditions and ability to finance development is highly dependent on income level, here measured as GDP per capita. This indicator is of course important for international aid and other financing sources. The first of the Sustainable Development Goals for 2030 is to eradicate poverty. We are far off track. Now, halfway to 2030, the rate of necessary growth in GDP per capita to reach the goal has increased from 4% in 2015 to unrealistic 9.4% now. The per capita growth over the last 10 years in sub-Saharan Africa was just over 1%. So the trends are now pointing towards close to 600 million extreme poor in 2030. The pandemic and Russian invasion of Ukraine caused enormous economic setbacks. However, progress towards the goals became slower even before the pandemic. Economic growth declined in the second decade of the millennium, and most so in the poorest countries. Inequality between countries now increase for the first time in decades. For a new progress to take place, this trend must be reversed. Investments has been dragged down by weaker economic development. The line shows the sum of private and public investments. Market forces are strong, but can be counteracted with public policy, international cooperation, and finance. So let's look at what's needed for investment in climate action. Maybe you saw these numbers before in the last presentation. I've stole it from the World Bank, so that it's quite possible. But I was forgiven when I talked to her just a moment ago. The burden is most heavy in the poorest countries. Their economies and people are now hit harder and harder by droughts, floods, and other climate consequences. Investments in climate resilience and low carbon pathways are necessary to avoid economic and social setbacks. They nevertheless draw resources from areas like health and education. This means that lack of financial capacity creates trade-offs between social progress and climate efforts in the shorter run. Especially in some of the poorest countries with high poverty, climate action will have a price in terms of reduced household consumption up to 2030, maybe longer. This means poverty can increase in those countries unless fiscal capacity is expanded by external financing. Then, of course, if you look at global effects, the sum of social and economic gains from climate action outnumbers the cost multiple times. The point is that the poorest countries still might be excluded from progress. This becomes very clear if we turn to estimates of additional expenses for economic and social sustainability goals. Goals of poverty, health, education, but also infrastructure, which partly overlaps with climate action. The financing needs for low-income countries is way beyond their own economic capacity. This is also true for many of the poorest countries in the lower middle-income group. Still, in most middle-income countries, the potential for growth in private financing and tax incomes is larger. These numbers describe the state of public finance, but they are just as relevant for private finance. Private investors are now nervous from impact of war and inflation with rising interest rates. The risk of public debt crisis makes the price of capital go up. We heard before lunch, the price of capital is very high from the start. Both private and public finance depends to a large extent on the same national income base and economic prospects. Solving this is not just about money. It raises difficult incentive and systemic issues. So international support, better national policies must assure that bailouts support new growth rather than creditors. Increased efforts to expand tax bases, improve tax systems, and stop tax avoidance is crucial to stronger public finance. But in the poorest countries, these possibilities may be limited in the short run. To increase taxes before economies recover might put brakes on the weak recoveries we now see after the pandemic and in the situation, the global situation. The potential for increase in tax revenues towards 2030 probably have shrunk since before the pandemic, maybe to a couple of percentage points of GDP. That means just a small contribution compared to the financing needs. As we heard many times today, private investments have so far disappointed. Much more are needed. The good news, we have heard that too, is that the potential is enormous, above all in clean energy. The figures show estimates of the economic return investors require from solar projects. To be willing to invest, investors demand high returns in countries on lower income levels, especially countries where the risk of debt distress is high. Official development aid is important to speed up private investments, either by building state capacity so that fundamental conditions and stability become stronger, or by direct risk relief to private investors. And as we also heard today, partnerships are important between public, private sector, and so on. But to make clean energy substitute instead of coming on top of fossil energy, we also need to make fossil energy less profitable on a global basis. By higher and universal carbon pricing and removal of subsidies, we heard that there are difficult issues concerning this, because there are, of course, distributional issues, political economy issues, and so on. But it's very sure it's part of the solution. And this would also create fiscal space to fund education, health, and social transfers. The challenge, of course, is that the opposite is true in countries with large incomes from fossil fuel production. Official development aid is a larger share of the economy and thus a more important source of funding for the poorest than the less poor countries. From an international perspective, it is nevertheless the case that aid is not only allocated based on needs. It is also allocated because donors want to achieve specific goals, not least for global public goods, such as climate. And to achieve results is often more easily achieved in middle-income countries. That is part of the reason why larger amounts of aid go to middle-income countries. If we include all aid from OECD countries, the total is close to $186 billion, representing 0.33% of their combined gross national income. If this were increased to the UN target of 0.7%, this is, of course, a very big if, the increase would amount to more than $200 billion in more aid. Whatever the amounts of future aid volumes, aid will be a small part of the total solution in the developing world, seen as a whole. Nevertheless, aid has become more important. Which problems official development aid should be used to solve, and in which countries, will be of large importance for policymakers and international cooperation to prioritize. Without a massive increase in development funding to the poorest countries, the progress will be weak, and hundreds of millions of people may be left in extreme poverty, vulnerable to climate change, and lack of basic services for decades. Thank you for your attention.
Our next speaker is Amar Bhattacharya. Bhattacharya is very active in the global discussions on development and climate finance, and also strongly involved in high-level international expert groups on the same topic. Today he will speak on scaling up financing for development, climate and nature, and how we can accelerate actions without everything perfect being in place. Please, Bhattacharya, it's a pleasure to have you here. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure being here at this conference, especially in a not-so-cold January. I'm going to build on the previous two speakers, and in particular what Pari Pangestu set out. We've been collaborating, I don't know for how many decades, but more recently we've been collaborating through the New Climate Economy and a high-level group on sustainable recovery and growth that she co-chairs with Nick Stern and with Jela Pasarbasioglu from the IMF. But I'm particularly going to draw on the work of the Stern-Songwe group, of which I served as executive secretary. So I'll begin with skipping really the context, because Murray really laid it out very well, just to emphasize one point that, you know, when we think about climate, we all think about the next decades, and particularly this decade, as very, very critical. I want to also emphasize that we have another crisis in the making, and that comes from the demographic transition. In the next 3 decades, we will add 2 billion people to this planet, all in the developing world, other than China. That's an opportunity, but if not invested in the way that Murray talked about, it will also be a great grave risk for them and for the planet. So we have to think about the 3 major overlapping challenges at this point in time. The deepest crisis that we have seen as far as the developing world is concerned in decades. Second, we are facing a setback in SDGs. We are likely to miss virtually all of the SDGs at the present trajectory. And third, of course, we have a climate and nature crisis. So when you take the 3 together, of course, it may seem overwhelming, but the flip side of it is there's also a great opportunity, because climate action is not just a cost, it actually is an opportunity to do things very differently. And I want to focus particularly therefore, sorry, this is not the right presentation, so let me just skip. Yeah, let me go there. So the point I want to make is we have now the opportunity to accelerate greatly through technological progress what we call tipping points for green transformation. Even since the Paris Agreement, the progress we have seen, not just in renewables, but in sector after sector, is that, you know, within a space of time, we can move from something that is an idea to a niche, to a solution, and to mass markets. And as you can see in this graph, in difficult areas where we are today do not have low carbon solutions, we think that by 2030, we will actually have the prospect of making fundamental change across systems. Why is that important? It's important because the developing world can actually leapfrog, and they can avoid the mistakes that the countries of the past made, including China. So we can actually see a much better way forward, but the answer to that is exactly what Mari said. We will need a major push on investment, and we will need to tap and foster and tap the benefits of innovation. So the scaling up of investment that we need is large, but it is feasible. And as was Mari pointed out, it's actually in all forms of capital. And we also have to recognize that there isn't any conflict between SDGs and climate-related investments. Indeed, the SDGs always embodied climate, and when you break down the investments of climate, they all have a strong SDG dimension to it. In particular, when you look at the climate side, you will see that there are three big areas where we need to invest. The first is energy transformation. Renewables, scaling up renewables everywhere in the world right now is a way to get out of the present energy crisis. It's the way to deliver energy to those who don't have it, as Wanjira pointed out this morning, and it's the only way for us to meet the climate goals. But it will require complementary investments in the grid. It will require investments on the demand side, including in transport systems, in buildings, in cities. So it's a totality of that energy transformation. But as you go through the areas, you realize this is not just climate, it's actually the core of development. Energy is the lifeblood of development, and as was pointed out, it's only with energy, in the very first session, it's only with energy access that we will get development, and it's only with clean energy that we will get development and climate. The second is climate change is here. It's having a major impact on the developing world. Therefore, we have to have better mechanisms to deal with loss and damage. At least the world began to recognize that at COP27, but we are very, very far from mobilizing and having the mechanisms to deliver the financing that is necessary. The faster we act on adaptation and resilience, the less there will be loss and damage. So you have to look at that as the second bucket. And third, we cannot forget about sustainable agriculture and natural capital. Sustainable agriculture is mitigation. It is adaptation, and it is development rolled into one, and it provides livelihoods for the poorest people on this planet. So focusing on sustainable agriculture, ensuring resilience in that, tapping the possibilities that come in terms of more sustainable practices is number one. But we also have to deal with the other dimensions of natural capital: degraded land, biodiversity, water, oceans. And we are doing a very lousy job of that. So again, that's the third bucket in which we have to focus very much in terms of spending. All of this investment is academic unless we find the ways to bring it to fruition. And what does that mean? It means having the policy and institutional foundations that Mari was talking about at the country level to translate ideas and possibilities into realized investment, into concrete pipelines of projects that can be actually financed. That's a challenge. It's also a challenge to mobilize the domestic resources that will go with it, but we have solutions. And in particular, in the poorer countries, this is not going to happen without significant efforts on capacity building. There are now proposals and actions to try and short-circuit this. Everybody talks today about country platforms, just energy transition programs, or JETPs as they are called, to accelerate energy transitions. But you could do that for adaptation and resilience. You could do it for nature. What is the idea? The idea is a country set forth its vision and its strategy. It sets forth its investment program. It commits to tackling the policy constraints that are holding those investment back. It invests in the capacity that is necessary to create pipelines of projects, and all stakeholders come together to support that in a coordinated way. We have seen the South Africa Just Energy Transition Program as the first in this direction. We see with it possibilities, but we also see with it some of the challenges of implementation. We also need to think then about finance, as Murray was saying, in a very, very different way. And there are two dimensions to this. One is it's extremely important at this juncture to deal with the challenges of debt, because that is we have to take more debt on, but debt is also a constraint at this point in time. Second, we have to unpack finance. We have to look at them in terms of their complementary strengths. We have to look at them in terms of what use requires what kind of finance. And we have to take a holistic approach to finance. We have to ensure that all finance is aligned with sustainability. And we have to see this very much more as an ecosystem rather than one source of finance at a time. So this rather complicated graph is worth spending a minute on. What it does is says finance for what? And the left side breaks down all the areas where we need financing. The right side, the one in orange, actually has the numbers that are the best numbers available, and a lot of analytical work gone into it, in terms of the range of finance investment and therefore finance that will be necessary. And then we map it to the kinds of finance that can support that kind of investment. At one end is private autonomous finance, meaning you get the investment right and the private finance will flow. A lot of areas, the second column, private finance will require risk mitigation and blended finance. A very, very important message for NORAD. If you look at that second column, we will not get the private finance without significant support from the official sector for risk mitigation and in terms of reducing cost of capital. Third, the role of the multilateral development banks in that regard are central. I'll come back to that later. And then we will need significant amount of concessional finance, much, much more than is being provided by donors at this point in time. Debt and debt sustainability is a key issue. If you look at debt, debt, the denominator of debt depends very much on the cost of the debt. So if you have this big investment push and it was financed on the terms that Wanjira was talking about, you would very soon get unsustainable debt. But if it were financed not even on IDA, but on IBRD terms, meaning the normal window of the World Bank, you get a path that is quite reasonable. So the cost of debt is a big issue, and I'll come to that again. We have significant potential to use now private investment for this transformation. If before renewables came along, the space on energy in the developing world was mostly public. But now we can see tremendous opportunities for the private sector to play a role in this. But at the moment, the volume of private finance that is mobilized is insignificant. Every year, the number that we talk about in terms of institutional investor capital is growing. On the last count, it's $400 trillion. How much of that flows into green investments in the developing world? The answer is close to zero. So making that new highway on private finance is going to be a crucial part of the agenda. But we are stuck in a kind of a false debate. If you go to the private sector, they'll tell you, we have plenty of money, but we just don't have good projects that we can invest in. And on the other side, countries will say, we have plenty of projects, the private finance will not come. And one of the reasons is the cost of capital. cost of capital in emerging markets and developing countries is high at the level of the sovereign. That's what you see on the left side. When you translate that to concrete projects, in this particular case, for solar investments, you find that the cost of capital in Germany, in terms of equity return, is 7%. In a few emerging markets, it's 10, 12, but very quickly you get to exponential numbers where it's not a viable proposition. So if we want to get this massive scale-up of renewables, we have to be able to address this issue of cost of capital. MDBs are absolutely going to be central to this. They are the only entity that operates through the entire chain of the finance. They operate in helping countries address the policy and institutional bottlenecks. As Mari Pangestu pointed out, the new CCDRs are a very, very good way in which to identify the problem, but the World Bank and other MDBs can come in and support countries in that policy setting. Second, they can help scale up the project preparation. The Global Infrastructure Facility, which works with all the multilateral development banks, does just that. But they also play a very important role in finance. Two types of roles. One is they can catalyze private finance, but they are the lowest cost source of financing for public infrastructure in the developing world. And this is not about low-income countries versus middle-income countries. There is no zero-sum game here. It is about both. And they can provide funding for the middle-income countries in infrastructure, which they have not. I often say in the infrastructure space, the World Bank and many other of the MDBs are at the boundaries of irrelevance when you look at the scale of support they are providing. So there is a need for them to really ramp up at scale. But when you look at the future, there is no way that Africa's needs will be provided just by IDA alone. So scaling up the MDB system is going to be crucial. There are three ways in which you can do that. One is better private sector multipliers. Second is better utilization of existing capital, as Mari pointed out. But new capital into the MDB system, which has been politically very difficult, is the most powerful public finance that the world knows if you look at it from Mars. And we don't even see it here on Earth. If you put $38 billion one time into the MDB system, you can double their capital base by $700 billion. If you follow the recommendations on utilization of capital, if you follow better private sector multipliers, you start getting lending on an annual level of $600 billion to $1 trillion a year. That is, that's manna from heaven. And we are not able to utilize it because politically we would rather fight our little fights, and this is something I hope we can come to in the panel later. Official concessional finance is key. The reason we haven't reached the 100 billion is because the bilateral climate finance was not delivered. The multilateral part was delivered, the bilateral part was not delivered. We call for a doubling, therefore, of bilateral climate finance. But even if you doubled it, you're not going to get where we need to get. So we call for expanding the envelope of concessional finance in all creative ways possible. SDRs, a big, big potential source of low-cost finance. But again, we have to get political agreement on it. Voluntary and compliant carbon markets with integrity. With integrity can be a powerful source, especially for priorities like peatlands, for forests, and for phasing out coal. Third, we can see tremendous possibilities for innovative mechanisms like there's the International Financing Facility for Education is one such mechanism, but there can be many others. And lastly, we see a growing role of private philanthropy. But as was pointed out by Lucas, there's other possibilities as well. And certainly, I would say, President Macron is certainly pushing, for example, on other types of taxation that could provide resources. Certainly, more equitable international taxation, global taxation, using carbon, in a more explicit way. All of those should be looked at. Ultimately, this is about a grand match where the developing countries do their part and all pools of private finance come together. The largest component comes from domestic resources, but MDBs have to triple, bilaterals have to double, and the largest scale that can then come is from private finance. In closing, let me make a few key points. First, that as I end where I started, that we are actually at a critical time for people and planet. A big push on investment and innovation, together with sustainability and innovation, can get us out of this present crisis, can restore momentum on development, and is the only way to deliver on climate goals. Domestic resource mobilization, policy reform, foundational, but external finance will be critical. We need $1 trillion of external finance per year by 2030, not 100 billion. That's what we prove in the paper. The scale is much larger, but it's a very different kind of finance. It will come from three sources: the MDBs, the private sector, and more concessional finance. Coordinated and cooperative structures which bind stakeholders in frameworks of accountability can be very powerful and can also facilitate, in some sense, repeat games. It's only if all stakeholders come together in a structured way we will get to where we need to get to. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Amar Bhattacharya. And please now let me invite Mari Pangestu, Wanjira Mathai, Bård Vegar Solhjell, and Bhattacharya again to take a seat here for a panel discussion. Please, the floor is yours.
So great to welcome you back on stage, and also a really special pleasure for me here to be with the three of you, since you're all in many ways friends of and partners of Norway, of our ministries and Norad in many different ways through the years. Amar, through, for instance, the new climate economy, like you mentioned yourself. Wanjira, as Regional Director for the World Resources Institute and part of the leadership in Africa. We've cooperated with you in many ways. And then, of course, Mari, and if you permit me, because also the World Bank is in a league of their own, as the biggest and most important development finance institution in the world. And also, I want to start by asking you, Mari, because like Amar really said, if you were to point to one global institution that is crucial for dealing with this, gigantic challenge that we have been presented for, it would be the World Bank. But at the same time, the World Bank is hardly more than its shareholders, right? The direction we give on the board, the financing we deliver, and so on. So I wanted to maybe ask you to challenge the shareholders. And of course, I know that someone in your position have to weigh your words. but I also know that that it was announced, and we talked about it, that you will be retiring from your position. It was announced last week. And I've heard that that's a good period to ask a question like that and expect some straight talk. So, Mari, what would the World Bank need from its shareholders to deliver on the huge task we're talking about here?
Thank you very much for your question. As you know, we are having this big discussion with our shareholders on how the World Bank Group should be evolving its role, given all the challenges that I'm sure we've been hearing all morning. And it is about how do we deliver on development as well as on global public goods. I think that's kind of the big ask out there, and what we are seeing. And thank you to the Nordic. Baltic bloc shareholders also for being a very integral part of this discussion. First question is, should we be changing our mandate? Yeah, and we are having this discussion with the shareholders. And it seems that we've come to an agreement that we probably don't have to change our mandate. Our mandate is still about development. It is about eliminating extreme poverty and achieving shared prosperity, which is really encompassing all the SDGs. But how do you do it and make sure that there is the links to the global public goods? And I think if we heard all of the presentations prior to this, you know, the fact that climate change has an impact on poverty and inequality, and the fact that pandemics, we will have, we will see all the reversals in human capital due to the pandemic, and therefore on poverty and shared prosperity. So those are the links that have to be made, and therefore how much of what we do needs to really we have a country-based model. So how do we have, through our country-based model, also deliver on the global public goods? So I think that's kind of one big part of the discussion. And then we have a big discussion about the operational model and the financial model. And I think the only thing I'd like to say at this point is that with our shareholders, I think we need to see the value of core multilateral funding compared to maybe more bilateral, more trust fund type of funding, non-core, let's say. Because I think we have seen, we can show that through the World Bank multilateral financial and operational model, because of the convening role and the leveraging of $1 in gets you $5 in the leveraging, we can do more and have more effectiveness to deliver on such things as climate. So that would be my appeal to the shareholders to look at in terms of amount of funding that you would like to give, how much should you be, from a donor perspective. I know that you're having this debate here also in Norway. How much goes to multilateral core, how much goes to bilateral trust funds or even very dedicated funds, the balance of that. And I would just like to appeal that I think we can show you the value and impact that can be achieved from the multilateral core funding.
Duly noted. Just let me follow up with one more question, and because actually on where you ended your speech, because one of the last things you said was that you were referring to the debate on maximizing your balance sheet. Because there are quite a few voices now saying that, well, we could achieve more through the World Bank and the bank system without investing more capital, more bang for the buck, basically. Yeah. Or to leverage even more resources out of the capital we have. For instance, from IDA, which is the financing to the grant financing to the least developed countries. So how do you answer those who say that? What are you doing to see if you can actually maximize your balance sheet even more?
Yeah, this is the other part of the big discussion we're also having with shareholders, and it does come from this capital adequacy framework recommendations that came out from the G20. So we are looking very much as how to optimize our balance sheet. And I think there's actually, because it's so perhaps specific financial model, not many people actually understand the World Bank financial model. The fact that you can get $1 in, and because it's invested in the capital markets, you can get $5 leveraging. And I like to quote this number, the fact that over 75 years, we have 20 billion paid in capital, but we've actually been able to lend $800 billion over 75 years, providing grants as well as concessional loans to our lenders, to our borrowers.
That's not a bad deal.
Yeah, it's not a bad deal, right? So we don't want to disturb the financial model too much, in the sense that we are passing on the benefits to the borrowers in lower lending costs or even grants. So how do we optimize the balance sheet? There are a couple of ideas that is being worked on. One is what they call the statutory single lending limits, which is in the resolution, which the board, the shareholders will need to decide if they want to change it. And then there's the equity to loan ratio. These are all financial terms or financial innovations that you can push. I know that Amar has even more ambitious ideas about how to scale up the balance sheet, like on the callable capital, taking more risk. That is a little bit more difficult. And it at the end of the day, if you do go in that direction, you have to make sure, or you have to factor in, is this going to affect your AAA rating or your preferred creditor status? Because the moment that gets affected, then your ability to pass on lower costs to your borrowers is reduced, or even can be eliminated. And I think the other big discussion that we're having is between IDA and IBRD. Whether you want to, there's really the idea that you should not touch what you have now for the low-income countries at the cost of going to the IBRD. But the IBRD, the middle-income countries, right now do need more concessional resources if we're going to be delivering on the global public goods. They're also facing higher borrowing costs because of the higher interest rates. So they will also, the question is, how do we give concessional resources to the middle-income countries? But having said that, I think optimizing the balance sheet is going to not give you the scale that's needed. So we will need to address other ways of getting more resources, which is another big discussion with shareholders.
Basically, you can do more, but you also need more money.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Very specifically saying that.
And to segue over to Amar, I mean, reading the report that you were part of making and the presentation now is really impressive, and it's like almost like an action plan for financing sustainable development. But allow me also to say that, of course, getting there is at least politically complex, I would say. And I know that you've been around now speaking about it and met with people at a very high level. So I'd like to challenge you maybe to say a few words about the key political recommendations and how it's possible to turn this analysis and plan into global policy that can be put into place.
Thank you, Bård. So first thing, let me say that, if you rank, science, economics, and politics, the science and the scientists have been very clear and steady for a long time. Economists for a long time, thought of climate action as a cost, and they also thought that you could procrastinate. It's only now that we have begun to change the economics profession. We have spent very little time really focusing on the politics of what it will take. And there are two levels at which politics comes into play. One is the national level, and how do we build, in some sense, consensus at the national level, and the other is the politics at the international level. And the two are, reinforced, but are also different. So at the national level, there is an inherent tension between doing things that pay off in decades when the political cycles are short and when you get turnover, right? It's not an easy thing. It's also, in my view, rather idiosyncratic. And I'll give the case from my own country. At the Glasgow summit, we started the Glasgow summit, and the Minister of Environment of India repeated India's age-old story that you guys haven't done enough, and, don't come to us, and, And then the next day, Prime Minister Modi stood up on the speech and said, we have a responsibility. And I commit that we will do what it takes. And since then, India has moved dramatically in terms of its attitudes towards climate action. So it's not for me to speculate on what it takes, but there is a lot of very impressive national leaders. What I'm struck by as an academic is those national leaders don't last necessarily for a long time. Then you have a change. Then what happens? So we have to spend more time on the national politics, in my view. At the international level, what I'm, kind of perturbed by is there are some low-hanging fruit.
What are they?
The MDBs. The MDBs, the World Bank is a low-hanging fruit. It will take $9 billion to double the capital of the World Bank. $9 billion. All it will take. More than half of that will come from the developing world. Why is it that we can't agree that that's a win-win proposition? So getting the politics of that right is challenging, and there is a dance. Everybody dances, and we don't come to the solution and say, this is it, it's staring you in the face. But with the threat and the risks and the enormous dangers of climate change, I hope we will sit down in this game of musical chairs and make a decision. So that, I think, to me, is a clear win-win. Second, we all talk about, when confronted with aid or with the MDBs, we said, oh, the private sector is there, they'll solve it. And as I said, yes, they can solve it, but they will not be able to solve it unless the MDB and the concessional piece falls into place. So the private sector is not the leading piece, it actually is the one that will follow from this architecture. So that recognition is also something very important that has to happen at the political level.
Thanks. Wanjira, we'll zoom in now to Africa. This immensely big and diverse continent. The DRC alone is like the whole of Western Europe. But still, we're talking about sub-Saharan Africa here also because if the challenge is to eradicate extreme poverty, that continent or the sub-Saharan Africa is important. An even bigger percentage of the extremely poor is there. And also, in your talk earlier today, you talked a lot about energy and what we discussed. It's like almost an enigma. Why can't we get more financing and development of renewable energy? Amar called it, what you said, the lifeblood of development. The potential for solar is enormous. Still, we are not developing enough. So maybe to ask you to elaborate a bit on that, what kind of green development model on the African continent can produce huge investments in renewable energy and in this institution it needs?
Thanks for that, Bjørg. I think the reality is that potential is there, the demand is there, and the investments gaps are there. But we know, I think Ngozi mentioned something that is absolutely the case. A lot of people are surprised to hear that for many African countries, they already have a largely green grid. Kenya has a 90% renewable energy in its grid. It is already embedded in a lot of manufacturing green energy. And the opportunity, therefore, for investing in manufacturing, investing in commercial activity that addresses Scope 3 emissions already embedded is massive. So what are the opportunities for growing that economic sector with a green grid like that? Those are the real opportunities for green growth in Africa. One of the things that also, as an African myself, I like to remind myself and others that Africa is extremely high potential because we often cast it as this problematic place, the fastest growing continent. 60% of the minerals needed for the green energy transition are to be found on the African continent. Imagine for 1 minute what that means for growth. But what that requires is an honest discussion around governance and around financial models. Maria has already addressed the MDBs because that is important in bringing the right quality of capital to the continent. But if you look at the sheer size, I think it was Bjørg who mentioned the sheer size of illicit flows, financial flows out of Africa. The loss of illicit flow through illicit flows is larger than ODI and FDI combined. Imagine that. So if we were to invest in plugging those governance holes and gaps, we would already go a long way in ensuring that there are the resources we need that remain on the continent. Look at trade. Ngozi addressed one part of trade, but the idea of fair trade is alive and well. We know today the interdependency with the African continent on the energy sector we've mentioned, on minerals, the mining sector, the cocoa industry. I've been inspired, quite frankly, by the president of Ghana, who's made so much about the fact that between Ghana and Côte d'Ivoire, 60% of all global cocoa is in those two countries. But they only control 10% of the value chain. Why? Where is the fairness in that trade? What is the opportunity, really, for a country like Ghana, not only to maintain more value in those investments, but also to be the producers upscale, up in the value chain of chocolate? We don't see that happening. But yet we know, if I were to ask how many people don't eat chocolate, that's an easier question than would be to ask who does. So those are the real issues. And I think at WRI, for example, we are saying, yes, we will make big bets on forests, we will make big bets on energy and cities, but we've got to look at the levers that make a difference, and that's governance, finance, and economics. Those are the three sectors that will make the difference.
Great. You know, I'm going to end by asking a question both to Amar and Wanjira here, because today here in the room you have a lot of people from Norwegian society involved in global development. Not only ex-politicians, also actual politicians, some top civil servants, people from the different institutions in government dealing with global development, lots of people from the NGO community, top business leaders, some of those who are the most involved in it. If you were to give Norway one piece of advice, just one, very direct and very short, what could we do better? And we know that we do pretty well, so you can skip that part of how well. You can just go directly to what could we do even better. Wanjira.
Oh my goodness, that's a big ask. But a couple of things I think are crucial. One is the issue we've discussed about the energy and the cost of finance. What are the opportunities for us to continue to put pressure and build a consensus around the fact that we need quality finance to invest in transformation of the African continent? That's one. And Norway, you may be a small country, but you have big muscles. This is one area where we could definitely do more. And the other, of course, is betting on big initiatives like the protection of the Congo forest. You're already doing some of that. The task ahead is massive. We need to do more. We need to do fewer things and do them much deeper. And I think those strategic partnerships, and I know that NORAD is looking in that direction, bet in a few places, bet long-term and deep.
Thanks. Amar?
Energy and forests.
So that's what I call a short and direct answer. Amar Bhattacharya, Wanjira, Mathai, Mari Pangestu, thank you so much. Really an honor and a pleasure to have you here at the Norad conference.
Thank you.
Thank you so much to Bhattacharya, Pangestu, Mathai, and Solhjell. And to those of you following us online, the rest of today's program will continue in Norwegian. If that means some of you will be leaving us, I just want to thank you for joining the Norad Conference 2023. It's been a pleasure, and I hope to see you again next year here in Oslo. But before you leave, have a look at this.
My name is Divan Wadimania. I'm from DR Congo, Kinshasa.
My name is Moreno Njeku. youth from Kenya.
Hi, I'm Akil Kalanda from Trinidad and Tobago.
Hola, mi nombre es Alejandra Salas, tengo 21 años y soy estudiante de medicina veterinaria en la Universidad de Nariño.
So my name is Afra Nyangule, based in Kenya, Nairobi.
Hello everyone, my name is Nyasha Milanzi and I am from Zimbabwe.
Assalamu alaikum. Komiyo bakande sare koba. Konjogi mihan ko dubi no ga e jeral.
Hello everyone, my name is Charop So and I'm from Kenya.
And I have a dream to make it through as a comedian.
What I want for myself is to grow financially so that I can help other people grow too.
All I want is to see positive change in my society, because in a society you have so many challenges.
A country like Congo has been in a war for a very long time, and it really needs to work on some issues.
For our country, Kenya, we just want peace, development.
And by 2050, I hope that my country, at least 80% of the population will get access to sustainable energy for lighting and also clean cooking.
By 2050, I want to be a leader in clean cooking, and I want to be a leader in data collection in clean cooking, to kind of advise the sector leaders and the political leaders on what we can do to improve it.
I want to be a doctor in future so that I can also help the country. I can also help the disabled people in the community. I can operate them in the hospital to build our country.
I love humor, I love comedy, because I think comedy is a very good way of recovering some issues. Humor brings recovery somehow in people who are broken.
Kjære alle sammen. Vi har diskutert behov for lederskap, og vi har hørt noen svært profilerte ledere fra den internasjonale arenaen. Og vi har sett på forholdet mellom klimautslipp, klimaendringer og ulikhet. Og på finansiering og finansieringsbehov. Men hva betyr så alt dette for Norge? Og til å belyse det spørsmålet har vi med oss noen spennende norske navn. Og vi begynner med en kjent og tydelig stemme fra næringslivet. Og også en tydelig stemme for en mer rettferdig og grønnere verden. Svein Tore Holsæter, direktør i Yara og president i NHO. Så hva skal så til egentlig for å lykkes som norsk næringslivstopp i denne sammenhengen? Ja, det vet ikke egentlig jeg, men jeg vet at Holsæter har både handlingsvilje og utholdenhet. Han har vært norgesmester i 24-timersløp. På den tiden så løp han 200 kilometer. Helt frivillig, forstår jeg. Samme utholdenhet viste han også for noen år siden da Yara skulle utgi en bok til alle sine ansatte, og direktøren bestemte seg for at den boken vil jeg gjerne signere. Jeg vet ikke om han da husket på hvor mange ansatte han har. Det er 17 000 medarbeidere i Yara, og han brukte dagesvis. Kanskje er det nettopp pågangsmot, vilje og utholdenhet som skal til. Vær så god, Svein Tore Holsæter.
Takk for introduksjonen, og tusen takk for invitasjonen hit. Det har vært en imponerende line-up her på scenen i dag, og når jeg ser ut i salen også, så er det virkelig mange viktige til stede her. Det setter jeg veldig stor pris på. Samtidig så må jeg reflektere over en ting, og det er at det er ganske få representanter fra næringslivet som er til stede. Og la meg komme med følgende påstand, og det er at vi kommer aldri til å klare å løse verdens utfordringer uten næringslivet. Og det er sånn at det finnes ingen offentlige budsjetter som kan løse de krisene som verden nå står i. Og det er jo sånn at det offentlige setter rammene, og privat sektor gjennomfører. Og organisasjoner bidrar med uvurderlig kunnskap og også tilstedeværelse på bakken. Og det kan kanskje virke som det fremdeles er litt gammeldagse holdninger i forhold til næringslivet. At vi kun er drevet av kortsiktig profittmaksimering. Og at det derfor er en motsetning mellom det å drive bistand og det å fremme næringslivet. Det det ikke. Bedrifter samfunnsaktører. Og tillat meg et lite hjertesukk her. Og det at når vi jobber i såkalt vanskelige land, så det etter min mening alt for ofte at vi ser at enkelte prøver å score billige retoriske poeng når bedrifter står overfor utfordringer. Og ikke misforstå meg, i Yara så har vi systemer som håndterer det her. Vi står trygt gjennom det. Jeg står trygt i det, fordi jeg har et system rundt meg som kan håndtere det. Det ikke tilfellet for alle bedrifter, og særlig ikke for de mellomstore og for de små. Og det viktig at de også jobber utenfor landets grenser. Og det som faktum at når norske bedrifter etablerer seg i utlandet, og særlig i utviklingsland, så tar vi også med oss den norske måten å jobbe på. Med bedriftsdemokratiet, hvordan vi jobber på HMS. Vi ser gode eksempler på at man tar med seg sykelønnsordninger, at man har fødselspermisjoner og så videre. Og det en viktig del av det bidraget som bedriftene tar med seg ut. Og det var også et viktig tema. Jeg ledet NHOs pådriverforum, hvor også Norad med, og stikkordet her samarbeid. Og det viktig også for politikere og myndigheter, og også organisasjoner, at det vi like ivrig til å stille opp for næringslivet når man står i problemer i utviklingsland, som ofte skjer, like ivrig da, som man når man skal klippe snorer og feire nye investeringer. Og igjen, det sånn at vi trenger dere, og dere trenger oss. Så har mye blitt sagt allerede i løpet av dagen når det gjelder ulikhet, og det bekrefter det jeg ser når jeg ute på reise, at det igjen, det de fattigste som betaler den høyeste prisen. I november så var jeg i Kenya, på landsbygda utenfor Nairobi, og møtte bønder som dyrker kaffebønder, og de dyrker mais. Og det som hadde truffet de, det jo effekten av klimakrisen. Først tørke, og så styrtregn. Og det betød for maisavlingene var ikke en liten reduksjon. De var borte. De har mistet hele avlingen. Og så har det jo heldigvis kaffeavlingene som har vært mer robuste mot der, men da ser man jo veldig tydelig hvor stor påvirkning klimaendringene har, og hvordan de treffer de svakeste hardest. I dag så importerer Afrika mat for 50–60 milliarder dollar i året. Og det en regning som bare øker år for år. Og det i en situasjon hvor Afrika faktisk kunne vært ikke bare selvforsynt med mat, men faktisk vært en stor eksportør av mat til resten av verden. Og i veldig mange land så landbruket en av den største sektoren for sysselsetting og økonomisk vekst. Og det vil ha enorme ringvirkninger også på fattigdomsbekjempelse og det å skape forbedrede levevilkår. Og vi ser det hele tiden når vi med og hjelper bonden fra ikke å klare å produsere nok mat til seg selv og familien. Når man kommer over den kneika, hva det vi investerer pengene i? Og vi ser det at det da å sende barn på skolen, det å bygge hus, det å investere i lokalsamfunnet. Og så det et poeng til. Ved å investere i Afrika og Afrikas matproduksjon, så vi med på å avvæpne Putin. Putin har så til de grader brukt mat som et våpen i krig, og ved å finne og utvikle nye steder hvor man kan produsere mat også for resten av verden, så vi med å redusere det våpenet for Putin. Men da det også viktig at vi endrer på narrativet i forhold til Afrika. At det ikke bare altså fra oss som skal bidra til å øke matproduksjonen lokalt, men at vi endrer til at altså resten av verden trenger Afrika. Vi trenger et mer robust matsystem, et matsystem som uavhengig av Russland, og der har Afrika en spesielt viktig rolle. Så den geopolitiske situasjonen nå har gjort det afrikanske kontinentet enda viktigere. Så snakkes det veldig mye om kostnadene og problemene rundt det å løse disse krisene og verdens problemer. Det uten tvil. De store, og de kompliserte. Men det også viktig at vi tar med oss at her ligger det enorme muligheter, og utredninger viser at ved å jobbe med næringslivet, ved å skape arbeidsplasser, ved å jobbe sammen med myndighetene, så ligger det finansiell oppside i der. Og vi snakker om en årlig verdiskapning på $10 billioner, og det norske billioner, altså $1 trillion, altså $10 trillion i årlig verdiskapning, og 395 millioner nye jobber innen 2030. Og dersom vi skal fokusere på kostnader, og vi har hørt det allerede, at det koster en god del å gjøre den endringen, men kostnaden ved ikke nå å forberede oss på å unngå en klimakrise vil jo være veldig mye høyere. Nå har vi forsøkt oss 2 ganger som verden å gå gjennom kriser uforberedt. Se på pandemien, hva den har kostet i form av menneskelig lidelse og penger fordi vi ikke var godt nok forberedt. Se nå på energikrisen også, hvordan den rammer med levekostnader, og hva det også betyr i menneskelig lidelse og finansielle kostnader. Dessverre så vil kostnadene for de krisene blekne i forhold til den klimakrisen vi står overfor, hvis vi ikke gjør noe med den nå. Så se på det som en investering i å unngå enda større kostnader fremover. Så hva kan Norge gjøre? Vi kan gjøre mye. Og Norge har et særskilt ansvar. Vi har bygget opp en stor fossilbasert formue. Det skal vi være veldig stolte av. Og den har jo nå vokst seg enda større på grunn av den situasjonen verden befinner seg i, med Russlands brutale invasjon av Ukraina, så verdens energimarkeder i fullstendig ubalanse. Og det fører da til høyere inntekter her i Norge. Det 3 ting jeg mener vi må gjøre. For det første, bistand og nødhjelp til de mest sårbare. Vi må forholde oss til målet om 1% av BNP til bistand. I Norge, eller innad i Norge så bruker vi den logikken at de som tjener mer, må bidra mer. Og da mener jeg at det bør jo være førende for hvordan vi agerer i forhold til resten av verden som nasjon også. Når vi tjener mer, så bør vi bidra mer, og i hvert fall forholde oss til de målene vi har satt oss. For det andre så det langsiktig støtte og tilstedeværelse i de delene av verden som trenger det mest, i utviklingsland, og det å bygge bærekraftige arbeidsplasser lokalt. Og for det tredje, massiv utbygging av fornybar energi for å få fart på det grønne skiftet, og gjennom det skape nye arbeidsplasser også, og bidra til avkarbonisering, som igjen reduserer faren for og effekten av klimakrisen. Så utfordringene som vi står overfor sammen, de både omfattende og de kompliserte. Men la meg helt til slutt avslutte med noe som oppløftende, og det at de aller fleste løsningene vi trenger, de finnes allerede. De må bare tas i bruk raskt nok og i stor nok skala. Takk for oppmerksomheten.
Vi skal ha flere samtaler, og vi skal ha debatt. Og til å lede den sesjonen har vi med oss journalist Nora Rydne fra E24, som begynner denne sesjonen i samtale med Vanessa Nakate. Det skal handle om hvilket ansvar bør Norge ta. Vær så god.
So you're back, Vanessa Nakate.
Thank you.
You opened this whole conference and now we're nearing the end.
Yeah.
Do you have some key takeaways from today?
Well, I think that my key takeaways are that the climate crisis is something that is happening right now, and we need all our leaders and governments to do what needs to be done, to listen to the science, and that means no new fossil fuel investment and scaling up a transition to renewable energy. And we also saw how those that are least responsible for this crisis are suffering some of the worst impacts.
We're getting 3 young leaders here on stage afterwards, and they will be the next ones to fight climate change and the climate crisis in Norway. Do you have any expectations and something you want them to know before you go? A challenge for the next generation of leaders in Norway?
Well, I mean, I would say that the responsibility to address the climate crisis, it's not just for the young politicians in Norway, it's for all of us, because this is our home and Earth is our responsibility, and we must all work together. For those who are, for example, in media, they have a responsibility to report about the climate crisis, especially in the most affected areas. For those who are, lawyers or judges, we've seen activists take, cases to court, holding oil and gas companies accountable. And for those in leadership places, there is also a place in, policies, ensuring that whatever policies are made put people above profit and put the planet above profit. So it's really a challenge for all of us to find the part that we can play in ensuring that the planet or the home we live for the coming generations is way better than what we received from the previous generations.
And if you were to ask these future leaders one question, what would it be?
Well, I mean, is it too much to ask when we say that you should treat the climate crisis as a crisis? So it's a number of questions, but they all come to, is it too much to ask for the protection of the people and the planet?
I will ask them that. Thank you so much for coming here, Vanessa Nakate.
You're welcome.
And then we are switching to Norwegian, og da ønsker jeg velkommen panelet vårt. Gina Gylver, leder av Natur og Ungdom. Ola Svenneby, leder i Unge Høyre. Og Astrid Hoem, leder i AUF. Ja, dere fikk med dere oppfordringer og spørsmål fra Vanessa Nakate her. Hva tenker dere? Er det for mye å be om?
Absolutt ikke. Det er ganske lett å distansere seg fra klimakrisen i Norge. Vi har snakket mye om dette i dag, hvordan det rammer ulikt, hvordan det er ganske lett å låse seg inne i Norge og leve igjen i en boble. Selv om vi ser utfordringene i dag allerede, selv om det er mennesker som sliter med effekten av klimaendringer også i dag i Norge. Men det er helt sinnssykt urettferdig. Og de innleggene som har vært i dag, og Vanessa som også står her, minner oss jo på at klimakrisen det er et spørsmål om død eller liv for folk allerede i dag, kommer til å bli det i morgen, og at vi har et helt enormt ansvar som et av verdens rikeste land, en stor bidragsyter til den krisen vi står i. Så nå er det jo lettere, altså Natur og Ungdom, for oss er jo nettopp det å behandle det som en krise, vekke den kriseforståelsen, noe av det viktigste vi driver med, og det er ikke så lett i et land hvor 1/4 er klimafornektere, ikke tror på menneskeskapte klimaendringer. Da har vi på en måte et ganske vanskelig utgangspunkt for å få alarmklokkene til å ringe. Men vi kan ikke slutte å prøve av den grunn.
Hva tenker du, Ola?
Ja, nei, altså jeg jo enig I at vi skal behandle det som den krisen det faktisk og derav gjøre det som trengs, men av og til så har jeg bare inntrykk av at når man snakker om at man må erklære en klimakrise eller vekke en kriseforståelse, så det ensbetydende med at vi kommer til å bli politisk enige om hvilke tiltak som kreves. Og det kommer vi jo ikke til å bli. Så jeg enig I at man helt sikkert har noe å gå på hva gjelder kriseforståelse, eller hvor mye det haster, og der lever jo ikke utslippstallene så langt så veldig mye I tvil. Men jeg bare litt opptatt av at det kommer ikke til å bety at vi kommer til å være politisk enige. Det kommer også til å være politiske diskusjoner innenfor rammene da, av å faktisk nå utslippsmålene våre også.
Ja, og akkurat det Ola inn på, tenker jeg at man trenger å få den kriseforståelsen opp også for å få de diskusjonene. For det som ofte skjer med klimakrisa, at det kan være hot topic I en valgkamp, og så kommer det noe annet som gjør at vi diskuterer det mer, mens det egentlig burde vært på toppen av agendaen vår, I likhet med alle de andre store krisene vi står overfor, fordi at nå haster det, og haster mer på hver eneste dag som går. Og så tror jeg også I Norge så diskuterer vi jo mye på veien til å løse klimakrisa, så skal vi ikke få en forskjellskrise. Det enig I, ulikheten skal ikke opp fordi at vi skal løse klimakrisa. Men det vi ofte glemmer I den debatten at hvis vi ikke løser klimakrisa, så vil vi jo få en ulikhetskrise på andre siden uansett. Både mellom det globale sør og det globale nord, fordi at konsekvensene av klimakrisa vil bli så enda større I det globale sør. Men også I Norge, der de som ikke vil være omstilt over til det grønne skiftet, mister jobben sin, får ikke den inntekten man vant til å få, får en dårligere levestandard. Så hvis vi ikke løser klimakrisa, så vil vi uansett få en ulikhetskrise. Så det er også god ulikhetspolitikk å løse klimakrisa.
På den konferansen her så har det blitt snakket en del om tillit, eller mangel på tillit. Og det jo kanskje et problem dere kommer til å møte på etter hvert, som dere fortsetter deres lederkarriere I Norge. Så hva den største utfordringen for deres generasjons ledere nå, hvis tillit blir en mangelvare? Ola, du kan begynne der.
For Norges del så det jo tillit på en måte avgjørende for at et demokrati skal henge sammen, og det jo det hele tatt kunne gjøre beslutninger som uansett vil være kontroversielle, men krevende av alle parter, så det veldig dumt hvis samfunnslimet på en måte faller sammen. Og det egentlig det jeg mest bekymret for akkurat nå. For det første så litt sånn opplevelsen av at man bor I en trykkoker nesten, hvor du har høye strømpriser, innvandring til Europa øker, som en veldig dårlig kombinasjon med økt kanskje fattigdom, industridød og så videre, som kan være litt en sånn, noe som kan vokse litt ut av kontroll. Så jeg bekymret for det på vegne av min generasjon, og jeg må også si at I Høyre så har vi diskutert mye at den generasjonen som vokste opp, og som husker 1989, murens fall, som sitt mest skjellsettende minne, ikke helt snakker til min generasjon. Det litt som vi oppvokst I forskjellige verdener, og jeg føler at det en del unge som går rundt og føler at de ikke godt nok representert I den historien som fortelles. Og det bekymringsfullt. Så jeg helt heller ganske bekymret, for en ting klimakrisa, og så så betyr ikke det at alle unge dritradikale. Sant? Det største partiet I skolevalget på borgerlig side var FPU, og de vant også det skolevalget på klima. Så du får mange saker oppå hverandre som jeg tror at kan være ganske bekymringsfulle.
Ja, for det sånn at klimasaken kommer til å være det som skaper mindre tillit mellom generasjoner, mellom politikere og folk, mellom ulike samfunnslag?
Det kan det være, og det spørs jo egentlig hvordan vi handler og hvordan vi håndterer det, og det vi allerede ganske sent ut, som vi har vært inne på flere ganger. Men jeg tror en av de store forskjellene bare på når jeg vokste opp, da, og jeg vil jo si at jeg ung, så var det jo sånn at jeg meldte meg inn I Blekkulf-klubben, fordi jeg var livredd for én ting, og det var ozonlaget. Det var min store frykt, at liksom det ozonlaget ikke skulle fikses. Så løste det seg, og da hadde jeg en sånn grunnleggende tillit til at alt mulig å løse, bare det finnes politisk vilje. For det var liksom så mye snakk om at det var vanskelig, og vi kunne ikke leve uten de KFC-gassene, og det var liksom så krevende. Men nå vokser det opp en generasjon som har gått I de samme klimastreikene, meldt seg inn enten I Natur og Ungdom eller I et ungdomsparti, nettopp fordi klima deres viktigste grunn, og opplever at man ikke ser de klimakuttene, de resultatene som man trenger nettopp for å ha den tilliten til at det løser. Og jeg tror at skal man unngå at man havner I en generasjonskrise, så er også voksne politikere nødt til å handle på den måten som vi unge som vet at vi skal leve med den klimakrisa, og våre etterkommere skal leve med den klimakrisa, sånn at det mulig å tro på at det går an å løse da.
Min vei inn I klima- og miljøkampen var en del av det var manglende tillit til politikerne. Da var jeg 12, det var stortingsvalg, vi fikk en ny regjering, det var 2013 altså, og jeg hadde nettopp virkelig begynt å ta inn over meg hvor livsfarlig denne situasjonen var. Og det var totalt fraværende i klimakampen. Den kriseforståelsen hos politikerne. Man snakket ikke spesielt mye om klima. Og det var en ganske sånn eksistensiell opplevelse å innse at våre ledende politikere faktisk ikke har tenkt å finne en løsning på dette problemet på egen hånd. At det føltes som at det var opp til meg og min generasjon, og da gikk jeg i 7. klasse, og skulle liksom løse disse helt enorme, overveldende krisene. Og det er mange som snakker om i dag at en del av de klimaaktivistene som er ute og protesterer, også kan være med å på en måte svekke folks og unges tillit til politikerne med den retorikken man bruker og aksjonsformen man bruker. Men jeg er veldig opptatt av at det er politikernes ansvar at den tilliten mangler, og det er politikerne som er den største bidragsyteren til at vi ikke har den tilliten på plass. Når det kom en ny rapport fra DNV for 2 måneder siden eller noe, som viser at alle vedtatte og annonserte klimatiltak gir oss 25% kutt innen 2030. Vi skal ha 55%. Og allikevel sitter jeg i debatt etter debatt med olje- og energiministeren og andre representanter for regjeringen som sier at vi er godt på vei. Helt på bane. Dette er vanskelig, men dette løser vi. Det er jo ikke sant. Det er jo løgn. Og da er det ikke rart at man slutter å ha tillit til at systemet fungerer. Samtidig som vi har et ansvar for å bevare den tilliten, for vi løser ikke denne krisen uten.
Ja, hvordan skal dere som politikere beholde tilliten, Ola?
Det enkle svaret når man liksom, snakker om klima i hvert fall, så er jo det å nå klimamålene, eller redusere klimagassutslippene. Og jeg er til dels enig med Gina i den beskrivelsen som hun gir, men på den annen side så er det også sånn at det er alltid rart hvis man bare automatisk peker på politikere, eller automatisk peker på selskaper for eksempel. Det er ganske vanlig i deler av klimabevegelsen, som om de ikke er et resultat av noe. Sant? Altså sånn, vi skal nå klimamålene, men er det noe som vil skape mistillit, så er det at vi gjennomfører en klimapolitikk som ikke har demokratisk legitimitet, og i hvert fall ikke opplevd demokratisk legitimitet. Så jeg er enig at politikere er liksom veivisere og kan sette en standard, men de må også ha vedtatt den politikken sin. Og tillit, jeg tror det handler om mye. Det handler om å erkjenne verdensbildet til de som av en eller annen grunn føler at de faller utenfor. Det handler om at alle i Norge, uavhengig av bakgrunn og verdier, føler seg representert. Og så handler det om at politikere er på en måte ærlige om konsekvenser, ærlige om at når de har tatt feil, rett og slett. Så jeg tror det er litt sammensatt. Det vanskelige er ikke nødvendigvis å skape tillit til klimakampen, tror jeg. Det er i tillegg til at man skal snakke om klima, så skal vi bygge ut vindmøller på land. Og så har vi fortsatt ikke løst liksom, hvordan man diskuterer innvandring. FrP kommer til å stige hvis du får en flyktningkrise, på en måte. Og så har man kanskje økte økonomiske forskjeller, i hvert fall opplevd som større rettferdigheter. Boligmarkedet for min generasjon. Jeg synes det er absurd å høre på foreldregenerasjonen min snakke om bolig. Du snakker om det sånn, renta var høy. Ja vel, men boligen kostet 1 mill. År, liksom. Sant? Mot 15 nå. Så det er alle de tingene der samtidig som jeg ikke har noe godt svar på, tror jeg. Men politikk er jo det første svaret, da. Du må fikse problemet, liksom.
Astrid?
Jeg tror det handler om det ganske vanskelige og store spørsmålet om at man også må ha folk med seg. Da. Og selv om man kan være grunnleggende uenig med den ene fjerdedelen av Norge som ikke tror på at klimakrisen eksisterer, som er helt enig med Gina i, så er vi helt avhengig av folk med oss. For gjør vi endringer der folk tenker sånn, jeg skjønner ikke hvorfor vi gjør det, jeg skjønner ikke hvorfor vi skal gjennomføre det, jeg skjønner ikke om jeg kommer til å ha en jobb å gå til, så blir det også en grunnleggende mistillit der man tenker at man bare driver med helt andre ting på toppen som ikke er viktig for andre neder. Og der tror jeg vi er jo såpass heldige i Norge at vi har en del strukturer til grunn, da. Gjennom partssamarbeidet for eksempel, der jeg vet også Natur og Ungdom gjør en viktig jobb med å reise rundt på klubber i fagbevegelsen i Norge og snakke med dem som jobber tett på. For av og til så kan det også være enkle misforståelser i språket og jargongen vi bruker fra våre egne organisasjoner som gjør at vi føler at vi jobber mot hverandre, mens man egentlig har en ganske stor felles sak. Og de fleste i klubbene i Fellesforbundet jeg snakker med er jo veldig opptatt av det grønne skiftet nå, for de ser at det er veien både at bygda skal ha en arbeidsplass inn i fremtiden, og at man skal bygge ny industri. Men da må vi klare å sette det sammen for å bevare den tilliten. For av og til så, og spesielt kanskje en tid vi lever i med algoritmer og klikk på media, der det er artigere å sette opp sånne her er klimavelgeren mot industriarbeideren, og gjøre det til en veldig sånn kamp mot hverandre, når det egentlig er et større spørsmål om hvordan skal vi få det til, og så kan de virkemidlene være uenighet om. Vi er stort sett også enige om målet.
Og bare til nettopp det, fordi jeg er veldig ærlig på at klimabevegelsen, miljøbevegelsen, fortjener kritikk for hvordan man har snakket om omstillingen i flere år, at man har vist lite forståelse for folks bekymring for egen jobb og økonomi, at man har bidratt til den polariseringen, at man har snakket om at det skapte et fiendebilde der oljearbeideren også kjenner seg liksom fremmedgjort. Men der har vi kommet langt de siste årene, og for meg ble det veldig sånn illustrert i en Klassekampen-artikkel etter at vi hadde vunnet saken om Wisting nå i november. Det var en stor seier. Det kom veldig brått på, så vi feiret på kontoret med kake og kroner og var kjempeglade, og så var Klassekampen der og tok bilder av det. Og så hadde de også intervjuet folk fra fagforeningene som kanskje hadde tenkt at de skulle få være med og bygge ut dette feltet og få en trygghet i det. Og var veldig sånn, ja, hva synes dere om at disse ungdommene står og feirer og jubler? Og det var jo en ganske lett passning. De kunne sagt, dette Oslo-ungdom som ikke forstår seg på verdiskapning og har liksom null forståelse for vårt liv og vår arbeidshverdag. Da. Men i stedet for så sa han tillitsvalgte sånn, vi har god kommunikasjon med Natur og Ungdom. Dette her en utfordring som vi må snakke om, men vi på en måte forstår deres side av saken og syn på denne seieren også. Og det var for meg et veldig tydelig eksempel på at vi har kommet langt når det gjelder forståelse og tillit, også mellom de partene som har vært med å skape mye polarisering eller stått i hver sin skyttergrav i klimakampen. Da.
Det var et litt lyspunkt der, så da skal jeg gjøre det mørkere igjen. Lucas Chancel var her og la fram en rapport om ulikhet i verden. Det noe vi har hørt veldig mye om de siste årene. Tap og skade var et stort tema på nok et kopp i Sharm el-Sheikh i fjor. Så der kommer vi jo til en enighet etter hvert, eller et lite steg fremover i saken om tap og skade. Men hvordan skal Norge forholde seg til ulikheten i verden som det ble lagt fram her? De fattigste landene har bidratt minst til klimakrisen, men tar de største konsekvensene. Hvordan skal Norge forholde seg til det, Astrid?
Ja, det enkle svaret som også det riktige, at Norge må bidra mer. Altså når vi har vært en av dem som har bidratt til at utslippene øker, der andre land som ikke i like stor grad har bidratt til det, må ta konsekvensene av det, med at man ser både tap og skade av avlinger, av livsgrunnlag, så må vi være med å ta mer av kostnaden for det. Og ganske enkelt så mener jeg jo for eksempel at når vi sier Norge nå, og da skal jeg være kritisk til min egen regjering, sier at vi ikke kan nå 1%-målet, og så diskuterer vi hvorfor ikke det, og så vet vi jo at bistand ikke det som rentedrivende i Norge akkurat, så kunne vi putta mer inn i tap- og skadefondet av de pengene som vi skulle ha brukt til bistand, for eksempel. Så jeg bare mener at her bør vi bidra mer, og vi må finne ut hvordan vi skal gjøre det, og da mener jeg ikke at det står på penger, fordi det ikke utfordring med renter i Norge når vi bruker dem utenlands.
Ja, enig, det står på penger, og villig til å gi og erkjenne det enorme ansvaret vi har. Vi tjent oss styrterike på å forurense og skape enorme ødeleggelser som tar menneskeliv i dag, og kommer til å gjøre det ekstremt mye verre. Og på klimaforhandlingene og naturtoppmøtet senere i Canada så ser vi at dette her den viktigste saken som både blokkerer forhandlingene og som etter hvert gir fremdrift, at det globale sør ønsker å få på plass mer finansiering, få på plass et fond for tap og skade, få på plass liksom de finansieringsmekanismene som forplikter, fordi man har også en manglende tillit til at de pengene kommer frem. Og det forstår jeg, for man har ingen grunn erfaringsmessig til å tro at vi klarer å holde de løftene. Da. Og under de toppmøtene så ser man at det ikke før helt på slutten at vi faktisk får noen enighet om finansieringsmekanismer eller mål på finansiering. Og da går det kjempesakte, og det mange land som også på en måte drenerer og stopper forhandlingene frem til man får på plass løfter om det. Og så når man først har fått det løst og unna, så går det ganske fort, eller det mye annet som løser seg. Så det viktig fokus i forhandlingene internasjonalt fremover, at de rike landene må være offensive og gå med på disse kravene tidlig, sånn at man kan komme til enighet på andre viktige felt også fremover. Og så blir det jo spennende. Neste klimatoppmøte skal være i Dubai. Skal ledes av en sjef for et oljeselskap. Det synes jeg skikkelig skummelt, fordi disse toppmøtene har mye å si. Så der også, hvordan man skal få på plass en tillit på disse toppmøtene når det det presidentskapet, det jeg spent på.
Olav, hva skal Norge gjøre med tap og skade?
Altså, det jo verdens enkleste sak å si at vi må gi mer penger til det. Det sikkert dels riktig, men jeg tror jo kanskje da at litt I forlengelse av at det Dubai eller UAE som skal være vært for klimaforhandlingene, jo litt I forlengelse av at verden endrer seg jo veldig, og hvem som sitter på makten og hvem som sitter på definisjonsmakten, som gjør at også norsk utenrikspolitikk og I forlengelse av den også bistandspolitikk, eller hvor man bruker pengene, I større grad avhenger av at norske politikere har en diskusjon hvor man kanskje begrenser seg til noen ting man burde oppnå I større grad enn man har gjort tidligere, fordi at man har fått internasjonale aktører som Saudi-Arabia eller Kina I Afrika som på mange måter vil påvirke og også vil bli en stor utfordring. Og det klart at tap-skade kan og bør kanskje være en del av de tingene. Jeg tror bare at vi på det stedet nå hvor vi rent sikkerhetspolitisk I tillegg til det eventuelle eller moralske ansvaret vi har, må I større grad begrense hva og hvor vi bruker penger på, og også hvilket krav vi stiller til de landene eller de områdene eller hva nå enn vi måtte bruke penger da.
Skal gjøre en ting jeg ikke gjør så ofte, men også si meg helt enig med Ola Unge her. Fordi en av tingene som bekymrer meg at jeg mener jo at bistands- og pengepolitikk, om det tap og skade eller hvor man bidrar internasjonalt, det handler jo først og fremst om solidaritet, men det også et sikkerhetsaspekt. Og det vi ser nå de siste årene, når Norge ikke bidro, og Vesten ikke bidro I stor grad med å gi vaksiner til det globale sør, og etterpå nå kutte I bistandsbudsjett etter bistandsbudsjett, eller ikke når de målene vi har satt oss I Europa, så det andre som står der klar også for å fylle det tomrommet som vi eventuelt ikke fyller, kanskje med andre verdier enn oss. Og det en bekymring jeg har når man ser at den kampen vi egentlig også står I internasjonalt, I stor grad en verdikamp, da, om det Russland I Ukraina, eller om det Kina eller andre land, så må Norge også, og Vesten forstå at det ikke sånn at andre land bare sitter og venter på oss. Nei, de ser seg også rundt etter andre muligheter, og at det ikke kan være sånn foreviget tillit, da, hvis vi også tenker at vi bare skal trekke oss mer og mer unna.
Når vi inne på penger, du sa det vel, Gina, alt handler om penger. Og vi sitter jo på veldig mye penger I Norge, som vi jo også nevnt av Gina har tjent stort sett på olje. Så hvordan kan vi bruke disse pengene på å akselerere det grønne skiftet når vi allerede henger bakpå, som det ble nevnt her I Norads egen rapport?
Penger og investeringer helt sentralt I klimakampen og I den omstillingen vi skal gjennom. Vi får ikke bygd opp nye grønne næringer uten tilgang på nok kapital og arbeidskraft og så videre. Og akkurat nå, det som bekymrer meg veldig at regjeringen fører en sånn ja takk, begge deler politikk. Man skal både bygge opp nye grønne næringer og satse på det, og man skal ha fullt tut og kjør I oljenæringa, hvor det for nøyaktig en uke siden ble lagt ut 92 nye blokker på høring for oljeleting, og man viser ingen endring I kursen på det. Og akkurat nå det veldig, veldig mye mer lønnsomt å investere I olje- og gassprosjekter enn I nye grønne næringer. Vi kan ikke fortsette å satse fullt på begge deler. Vi må si nei til oljeprosjekter. Vi må begynne å begrense aktiviteten på norsk sokkel hvis vi skal få fart på de nye grønne næringene. Og det handler ikke bare om investeringer, det handler om tilgang på arbeidskraft og fagarbeidere også. Og der hadde jo LO og NHO bestilt en veldig spennende rapport, som også kom for 2 måneder siden, eller noe sånt nå, som konkluderer med at vi mangler titusenvis av fagarbeidere hvis vi skal ha høye ambisjoner I det grønne skiftet. De finnes på norsk sokkel og I leverandørindustrien. Og akkurat nå så det sånn at høy aktivitet der, det bremser det grønne skiftet. Det vet vi jo, men der sa de det svart på hvitt til LO, selv om det ikke var det LO trakk frem da de siterte rapporten I ettertid.
Ja, hva tenker dere om det? Partiene? Ola?
Ja. Nei, altså det første handler om, en ting hva man gjør I Norge, og der jo da kan man jo, en ting liksom pengebruken fra oljefondet, som jo ikke brukes I Norge, men Norges del så handler det jo egentlig bare om prinsippet at jo mer du forurenser, jo mer må du betale, og på den måten forsøke å skape et marked. For selv om man, det jo ofte Høyre blir beskyldt for, eller hvert fall Unge, å være liksom markedskapitalistiske største forsvarer, men jeg tror det det som løsningen, og det betyr jo ikke bare at vi skal slippe alt fritt, men å regulere eller ha økonomiske insentiver for å gjøre det som lønner seg for klima mer lønnsomt, og det som dårlig for klima mindre lønnsomt. Og den samme modellen vil jo være gjeldende for de fleste andre land også. Når det sagt, så jeg veldig skeptisk til å politisere oljefondet, og det det flere årsaker til. Det første handler om nettopp da, I en verden hvor konfliktene kan øke på grunn av ulikhet, eller på grunn av geopolitikk, og at du får en multipolar verden, eller what not, så tror jeg det en veldig dårlig idé. For det vil gjøre fondet vårt mer sårbart, og den måten man har løst det på nå tror jeg veldig klok, og at man bruker overskuddet på å investere I andre land også. Så jeg tror det riktig måte å gjøre det på. og at det først og fremst økonomisk lønnsomhet som må være hovedprinsippet, men at man kan regulere eller lage insentiver for å gjøre grønne næringer mer lønnsomme. Det veldig vide åpne svaret, selvfølgelig.
Ja, for det mulig å gjøre det hvis man fortsetter å investere i olje, som Gina mente trakk midlene bort fra grønt?
Ja, altså jeg er motstander av en politisk nedleggelse av norsk olje- og gassnæring. Og det var det veldig vanskelig å forsvare på et tidspunkt i klimavalgkamper i enten 2019 eller 2017 eller 2021. Jeg tror de fleste landene som ser på Tyskland og hva de har gjort med sin kjernekraft nå, mye større forståelse for at det ikke bare å skru av en energiform, og så forvente at det automatisk popper opp andre etterpå. Og så nå handler også norsk olje- og gasspolitikk om sikkerhetspolitikk, og også om utslipp i et globalt perspektiv, hvor det vel tvilsomt om det vil ha veldig mye å si. Så jeg tror at jeg er motstander av å politisk legge det ned, men jeg er veldig tilhenger av at man har insentiver for å kunne bygge ut mer fornybar energi, og også kunne øke CO2-avgiften, for eksempel, på den måten.
Astrid?
På det første med bruken av oljefondet så er jeg veldig uenig med Unge Høyre. Jeg mener også at når Norge investerer såpass som vi gjør gjennom oljefondet, så har vi også et internasjonalt ansvar for å si, som vi har sagt, at det ikke skal investere i kull, for eksempel. At oljefondet har gitt signaler om at det kommer til å trekke seg mer og mer ut av olje. Da mener jeg også at vi må gi styringssignaler om at oljefondet er nødt til å investere mer fornybart. Både fordi jeg tror det vil være lønnsomt for oss, men også fordi det vil være lønnsomt i form av at vi tar mer vare på klimaet og naturen vår. Og det er også et eget tilleggsmål. I tillegg til bare den økonomiske lønnsomheten som Norge henter inn, så er vi også tjent med at klimakrisa blir så liten som mulig. Vi vet at den kommer uansett, men jo mindre klimakrise vi får, jo mer stabile forhold i verden, altså er Norge også i summa summarum tjent med det. Og i Norge så tror jeg på kort sikt at gass kommer til å være viktig for vårt bidrag til Europa i den energikrisen vi står i. Men det som bekymrer meg veldig nå, er at vi åpner det som også kommer til å være oljefelt i ganske lang fram i tid. Og da binder vi opp, akkurat sånn som Gina sier, arbeidskraft og penger til å fortsette å drive oljeindustrien som vi kunne ha brukt i det grønne skiftet. Og der er jeg bekymret for at vi i Norge vi tenker sånn, det kommer til å skje veldig lenge, men signalene fra Europa er sånn, vi trenger ganske mye gass akkurat her og nå, men så skal vi bygge opp masse fornybart. Og da vil vi egentlig omstille oss bort, både fra olje, men også fra gass. Og at Norge blir også sittende litt sånn bakerst i konkurransen, der vi tenker sånn, oi, hva skjedde med oss? Hvorfor er det ingen som vil ha en vare vi prøver å selge lenger? Og da blir det ikke bare et klimaspørsmål, som er det liksom overordnet viktigste, men det blir også et økonomisk spørsmål for Norge. Er vi omstilling og ferdig omstilt når Europa etterspør noe annet? Og det tror jeg ikke vi er på vei mot nå.
Hvordan gjør man det da?
Nei, det er jo det store spørsmålet, men det handler om å vri investeringene i Norge fra ikke-fornybart til fornybart. Det handler om at staten i større grad må stille opp, sånn som man nå gjør på havvindmøller, med at man må sette i gang store prosjekter der. Det går ikke raskt nok, men det går raskere nå enn det gjorde før. Vi må være tydelige på hvilke signaler man sender politisk, og man må slutte å åpne nye oljefelt.
Oljefondet har jo ganske strenge regler på hvordan de investerer pengene sine. Har dere noen tanker om at det burde endres på etter hvert? Gina, du har sikkert det, så du kan få begynne.
Ja, jeg er helt enig med altså, det at man nettopp sier nei til kull, synes jo jeg burde man helt klart kunne utvide. Vi vet at fossilindustrien er den som fyrer opp under hele klimakrisen, er årsaken til at vi står i denne situasjonen i utgangspunktet. Sånn at der har vi en lang vei å gå. Også på natur det har jo kommet mer opp i lyset de siste årene, at vi har en også altomfattende og livstruende naturkrise, der hvor vi har masse naturfiendtlige subsidier som fortsetter å sponse denne krisen. Og der må stater ta ansvar, og oljefond må ta ansvar, men også private selskap. Da ser vi at det er noen som går foran. Storebrand har vært kjempetydelige på blant annet at de svartelister gruveselskaper som dumper avfall sitt i sjøen, de svartelister selskaper som har lyst til å grave etter mineraler på havets bunn. Og det at Nordea trakk seg ut av Førdefjord-prosjektet etter at vi hadde hatt store aksjoner der i vår, og de signalene er også viktige og bidrar til at vi får den omstillingen raskere, for politikk det går ganske tregt, men penger kan flyttes raskt.
Hva tror du?
Ja, altså for det første så mener jeg at det er helt bra at man har noen sånne ting som man mener åpenbart er umoralsk, hvor det er et forbud mot å investere. Det er jeg helt enig i. Men for eksempel, hvis man innfører et forbud mot å investere i selskaper som enten er iblant inn i kull eller olje eller gass, så er det jo veldig mange av de selskapene som i dag produserer olje og gass, som er det samme som investerer i havvind. Som gjør at vi da kan stille oss utenfor i det hele tatt å være med på den, eller investere i de selskapene og kunne bidra til at de kan bygge ut havvind raskere, for eksempel. Og så er jeg ikke like prinsipiell som Gina på for eksempel sjødeponi eller deponi av gruveavfall, hvis det der man utvinner mineraler som man trenger til det grønne skiftet, som 2 erstatter enten gruver som i Kina, eller gruver som eid av kinesiske selskaper i for eksempel Kongo. Og der også vil man da, mener jeg da, at prinsippet godt, men det mulig at, eller jeg mener I hvert fall at det vil være en dårlig idé, fordi vi ikke I en posisjon hvor vi på en måte kan være så prinsipielle, tror jeg.
Astrid?
Ja, så jeg mener at man helt klart kan stille strengere miljøkrav til investeringene til oljefondet, uten at det nødvendigvis også går I klinsj med det Ola sier. Og det jo 2 ulike måter man kan gjøre det på. Enten man kan si sånn, vi trekker oss ut av kull, som vi har gjort. Oljefondet har allerede signalisert også at det kommer til å trekke seg mer og mer ut av olje, fordi det ser at det ikke like lønnsomt lenger. Man kan også bruke eierstyringen mer aktivt når vi eier større andeler av selskaper. Så jeg bare mener at det en vinn-vinn-situasjon, at man både kan fortsette å tjene penger, for det jeg ikke bekymret for at oljefondet ikke kommer til å gjøre, samtidig som man også bidrar til at klimakrisa, at man kan løse en liten del av klimakrisa.
Bare sånn at noen bak scenen klar over det. Jeg skjønner ikke den klokka der. Jeg over tiden? Ja. Takk. Skulle spurt om det før vi gikk på scenen. Ja, nei, men da var vi vel ferdig da. Tusen takk for at dere kom hit I dag. Gina Gylver, Natur og Ungdom, Ola Sønsby, Unge Høyre og Astrid Hoem I ADF.
Kjære alle sammen, kjære innledere, kjære publikum, og ikke minst kjære kollegaer I Norad som har jobbet hardt for å få I stand denne Norad-konferansen for oss alle sammen. Tusen hjertelig takk. Nå håper jeg mange av dere har lyst til å henge litt med oss her ute. Vi serverer mat, vi serverer drikke, og vi serverer muligheten til å snakke med noen du ikke har snakket med på lenge, eller kanskje til og med noen du aldri har snakket med før. Og dere, husk Norad-konferansen 2024. Vi ønsker dere alle sammen hjertelig velkommen tilbake. Og for dere som følger oss online, velkommen tilbake neste år I Oslo. Tusen takk for meg, og tusen takk for I dag.